What's happening, people? It's your boy Bombastic here with the Anime Trifecta podcast, and you already know we're gonna go crazy. But I don't want to, I don't want to waste too much of your time. Let me hand it off to my man Bursts.
Yo, what's up, everybody? It's your boy burstzgyt back here. You know how it is. We're here with the gang. We're here to talk about some action figures. And let me pass it off to the homeboy side. He got to get some introduction, too.
Hey yo, what's good? What's good? Y'all know who it is. Saiorus out here doing what I do with my favorite gents, my family right here. We got a lot to talk about. We have a
Indeed.
lot to talk about.
And you want to lead us into that first topic, Si?
No doubt, no doubt. First topic we gonna touch on Jada toys. Jada toys. Hey, they showing up and they showing out. They doing us justice right now. I don't know about y'all, but I am a huge Mega Man fan, and they just showed off. Well, their pre-orders for the Mega Man Wave One went up. So of course, in this Wave One, you got Mega Man, the regular blue bomber. You got Fireman, and then you got Iceman. Most definitely looking forward to these. These pre-orders have gone up already. They're up on stores like Big Bad Toy Store, Entertainment Earth, etc., etc. Like, definitely jump on these, and they're still in that $25 price range. So, again, me, huge fan of this. I'm always trying to complete my Marvel vs. Capcom 2 roster, and if that's something that tickles your fancy, highly suggested. I'm pretty sure you guys have already seen stuff on their Ryu and they Fei Long figures. They've all got nothing but joyous reviews, nothing but good things. You're paying $25, you're getting great sculpts, great articulation, plus effect parts, all for 25 bucks. You really can't beat that nowadays, especially what we see with a lot of action figures nowadays. We barely even get effect parts with figures.
Marvel Legends.
Indeed, man.
Yeah, facts. So I mean, hey, look, if you're a Mega Man fan, hey, now is the time to jump on this, support this line, especially if you want to see more. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, the more we support this line, the better off we're gonna be. And hey, you never know, we might see some, Mega Man X. I mean, Bomb. What's your favorite?
Thanks for the alley oop. But
Of
yes,
course,
Mega Man X stuff. When Mega Man X Zero, bruh, I'll be
bruh,
on that like white on rice.
bruh.
And let's say distant future. All right, not distant future, but future.
Yeah,
If they get into Star Force stuff, Mega Man Battle Network, Mega Man ZX stuff, oh man, the sky's the limit. Cause y'all know one thing I gotta say about Mega Man designs is I don't think they miss at all. I
facts.
don't think that they miss at all. And that's crazy to say because there's so many different variations of just Mega Man himself that's
Indeed, indeed.
crazy to say that they don't miss design wise. So I'll definitely be supporting the line now. Of course, I'm not super interested in the regular Mega Man stuff, but I might just get it off the strength of supporting the line so they can know, so they have incentive to continue to make more. Now, before
Yeah.
we go off Jada Toys stuff, Jada Toys tends or seems to be doing a lot of Capcom stuff. So I'm
I
hoping
was
for
just
my
about to touch on that.
homegirl Morrigan.
Oh yeah, hey, they actually have the license with Capcom to do all these things. So
Oh,
yeah, buddy, they already
Hoping to
said
see
more is
Morrigan.
coming. Man, we see Morgan, bruh. Oh my God, it's rap. Yo, I mean, I'm pretty sure y'all seen that Chung Li already. So
Yes, Chun-Li,
yeah,
wonderful.
yeah. So Morgan, you already know she gonna be fire. So if y'all want these things, support Jada Toys definitely. All
yep,
right.
yep. Now, before we move into the next subject, some of y'all are wondering, why isn't Burst talking? Listen, I don't know too much about Mega Man myself. I played one game, and that was it. But, with these figures coming out, there's always things that are going to get people interested. So you never know. You might see some Mega Man in the future. But
Hey,
without further ado, are you guys ready to move into our next topic?
buddy. Woo, this is about to get real lengthy.
All right, so we got a lot of Tamashii Nation stuff in general to talk about. Now, the first on our list, we're going to bring up Bleach, our good boy,
Yes,
Byakuya
Man.
Kuchiki. All right, let me get the link set up here, and I will be showing some things off from the Tamashii Nation's website, and I do recommend you guys, bookmark these things and kind of take note because this is where you can find a lot of the product information release dates for Japan and stuff like that. And it really helps to stay on top of it just for the future pre-orders and money balancing with financials and stuff like that. So definitely take note, bookmark them, all that stuff. But I got them up on the screen. I got the pictures here. So let's talk about it.
Let's go.
All right. I'll go first on this one. So listen, I have not caught up entirely to Bleach, so I'm not sure what's going on in the 1,000-Year Blood War arc. However, I gotta say, Byakuya is a badass, alright? So I'm happy this dude is finally here. And we knew he was coming eventually because of the Shonen Jump calendar. We just didn't know when. But it is interesting to see also that for a new line, they're releasing 4 figures already. And we'll kind of talk about that in another sense when we get to the One Piece stuff. But I gotta say, he does look really good. He looks like he was pulled straight from the anime. I don't know if he's going to come with any effects, though. I know that that's been a question people have had. What do you guys think?
I mean,
Okay, I guess. Wait, you want to go first?
I'm gonna tell you right now, just off the rip. I would love if he came with some pedals for that Symbol and Sakura. Yo,
Right.
hey man, listen, I don't even care if it's on some like a plastic background. I'm cool. Something so I can mimic that. Yo, that's gonna be it. Like that. Like in all honesty, me personally, that's the only effect part I really think he needs. Like
Right.
something to show off Symbol and Sakura. And it's like, cool, you got that. What else is there? Or if I don't know, somebody third party wise want to take the reins and then just give you the blades. You know how the 1,000 blades come up before it sink.
Yep.
Yeah, like yo, like I'm telling you right now, that'd be it. Like if anybody wants to do that, I'd be hyped. But for real, I'm just glad we're actually getting this because look how long Bleach has been around, and we're just now getting, something like for real that looks this good. I'm for it. Like I'm not gonna front. I'm gushing over these, like hands down, like for real,
Hell
for real.
yeah.
Like I'm hoping that we get to see some Aran cars at some point. Oh,
Ooh.
Grim Joe Jagger Jacks. Let me tell you something, bro. Yo, that'd be it. But yo, I'm hyped for this. Like it's like Bert said, they plucked this man straight out of the anime. It looks immaculate. I so hope y'all guys get on it. Actually, come to think of it, I believe they go up on. He goes up for pre-order tonight.
At the time of this recording.
Yep, he goes up tonight. So like wee hours in the morning, you talking like 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. That's gonna be Japan time, daytime over there. So like places like Hobby Genki, Yami, like
Yep.
yeah, they gonna go up. So like, hey, be at the ready because this gonna sell out quick.
Indeed. And just in
Well,
case
one
for the
thing I'll say.
viewers, oh go ahead.
Oh,
My
sorry.
bad.
I was just gonna go in a little bit on Bleach.
All good. All
So
good.
if you guys don't already know, so originally when I started my channel, it was gonna be mainly Dragon Ball and JoJo stuff, but it ended up being mostly Dragon Ball. But Bleach wasn't included in there because there was no 1/12 scale Bleach figures. But now, now,
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
you can best believe Bleach will be revealed on, reviewed on
As
this
it
channel.
should. As it
Now,
should.
one thing, I have one complaint about these Bleach figures. Only one complaint, and that is the knee joint. It's gonna take some getting used to for me. Um, that knee joint. I wish they did it more like the Super Boo knee joint, but
Understandable.
that doesn't completely take away from the figure at all. The facial expressions look like they plucked him right, as they said, as Burst and Saiorus said. Looks like they plucked them right out of the anime. I have no complaints. I think one extra accessory that they could have included is when the blade itself, when his sword itself was turning into the petals, so you can make it seem like
Ooh.
Yeah.
that was
Oh,
the only
Yep.
other thing they could have included.
that
But
that would be fire.
in terms of like a background or something like that, that would probably be best because it's not like they can throw a bunch of 1,000 petals in the box and be like, here, look at this.
Right. Right.
Unless they do it as like some type of mass, like one singular mass of a bunch of petal, you know?
Right. Yeah.
Like,
I feel you on that one.
um, but interested in seeing more Bleach stuff, like Saiorus said. More when they get to the Aran cards, I know Aran cards are probably going to be some of the best figures in the line because, of course, they're starting off with what's most fresh in people's mind, the Thousand Year Blood War.
Right.
So
Fight
when we get
Lord Ichigo.
yes,
Man.
I'm mostly looking forward to Dangai Ichigo when he came back to
Man.
fight Aizen and he had the Bankai chain
Man.
around his arm. I'm super
Man.
looking forward to that figure. I'm looking
Man.
forward to Hollow Ichigo himself. In the
I ain't
white
gonna,
Ichigo.
I ain't
Isn't
gonna hold you.
the oh go ahead.
Real talk. Ukiora, that's my dude. Yo, they do
Yes,
him?
sir.
Bruh. Fucking yo. Oh, that's it right there.
And
So
just
like you was about to say, Burst. Go ahead, dog. You got it.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say two things. All right, touching on that knee thing. All right, I don't know if either of you bought the shfiguarts Ghetto from Jujutsu Kaisen, but they also could kind of go that route. He has pretty good range of motion, and it makes me wonder though because we're seeing different characters like the Hell's Paradise. I forgot her name, but her knee joints kind of just look
Yep.
wild to me. I don't know how that went forward, but it's interesting to see how long, or how different they all are, even though they're all coming pretty close out to each other. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, I get you.
well,
Yeah.
development could have started in different times. That's the best excuse I can think of.
Right.
I mean, yeah, definitely, but at the same time, from what I've noticed, just looking at them, they've been more so focused on the aesthetic and perfecting the way, or perfecting keeping the aesthetic to go along with the movement of the joints. Like, like one way I always thought they could have made this way easier, right? Like, you look at the Dragon Ball knee joints and stuff like that. A lot of them you could have easily just made grooves for that stuff to move up and down into when it comes to the joints. But at the same
Are you saying
time,
like what you call it, the model kits that they have?
yeah,
What's the name
kind
of
of
the model?
something like that. Yeah, kind of something like that, right? Because y'all already know I'm huge on the model scene.
Mm-hmm.
So, but like stuff like that is like, hey, you could have grooves to where that stuff can move, and you don't have to worry about paint rub or anything like that, and just
Right.
do it. Okay. But I mean, at the same time, I do get mass producing this, and this is just already in what we call in the military AUR, all up round, already completed. You don't have to no putting together required, no assembly required, and nothing like that. It's like, all right, cool. So we're just trying to make this easy as possible with the least worries in mind, which I do understand that from looking at it from that standpoint and dealing with that stuff myself. So it's like that I get, but it's just certain aspects, y'all are right where they're just like, hey, different choices could have been made when it comes to certain joints,
Right.
but we know how they get sometimes. They over engineered the stuff for no reason.
Definitely.
Overthinking the engineering.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely. But with that, do you guys feel comfortable moving on to the next subject and just Tamashii Nation's news for SH Figuarts?
One
Oh,
more
for
thing.
sure. Because this one, this. Oh, go ahead, bro.
So me and Sai probably forgot about this very briefly, but just so y'all know, if y'all wondering why the Ichigo faces look funny,
Man,
it's
oh, yeah,
because
yeah. I'm sorry.
they
I'm so,
know
yeah,
that they can
no, we
make
got yeah, we got to talk about this. Yes, I'm so sorry. Yep,
they
you're
know
right.
that they can make 1,000 Ichigo, just like Goku, right?
Yep,
They can make 1,000 Goku figures, so there's
yep.
no reason to give us a definitive Ichigo off the bat. That's
Nope.
why you see that Renji and Byakuya faceplates look way better than Ichigo's.
Big
Just
facts.
in case y'all were wondering,
Big facts.
Ichigo is gonna have how many variations to him? He has
Yep,
how many different masks?
yep,
He has
yep.
how many different Bankais?
So just so y'all know this,
Think
he
about it.
like Bomb said, we gonna call it the Goku syndrome. Like that's what it is. It's gonna be the Goku syndrome. Because I'm gonna
Hell
tell you,
yeah.
yeah, they ain't no way. Y'all know me. I don't talk like this, but I gotta let this out. They ain't no way in hell. There ain't no damn way. His face looks like that, and then you look at Byakuya, you look at Renji, like Mom said, like you look at all these other characters, like even Gabimaru from Hell's Paradise. Yo, they plucked that dude straight out, and it's like, yo, these look amazing. How in the hell does Ichigo look like that. There's no reason for him to look like that at all, none whatsoever, unless this is going to be the new Goku for Bleach. You're gonna get several. Ichigo himself has how many forms? You got from the actual anime down to the movies, stuff that you've fully seen in the movies. Like, yo, that alone by itself, this man he gonna be just like Goku. This man gonna have P Bandais and general releases out the ass. So it's gonna be like, yo, and each one, the faces are gonna get better. They're gonna be better, and they're gonna do what they typically do. Oh, they're not interchangeable for some odd reason or another.
Oh man,
why? What for? So it's gonna be on that tip. So just be at the ready for it. Expect it. We are letting you know this now, years before it even starts. So be prepared.
Yep, because I gotta say this, the face not being able to swap is gonna be like a really big pet peeve if they do that, man.
Man, you see, they already doing that with Dragon Ball with certain figures for no reason.
Man.
One thing I will say though, before we get off of Bleach, because we're about to get off of Bleach, is that I could easily see for Ichigo third-party intervention.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yep.
I can't guarantee this, guys, but I can easily see third-party intervention. That's all I'll say.
I'm just saying the first 112 Ichigo we did get was a third party. I'm gonna just put that out there.
True.
That's all I'm saying. And it looked pretty good, and it was actually soft fabric material too. I'm just saying.
Yep.
Yep.
All right, but with that, I think it's time to move into some Naruto here. You guys ready for that?
Yeah, I know I'm gonna gush a little.
I'm gonna bring up Orochimaru, Jiraiya, as well as Obito, and then I'll move into Premium Bandai for last, since that just happened over the weekend. But let's start with Orochimaru here. So, what do you guys have to say about this guy?
Orochimaru, I already got the jokes for the review. So and they're moaning his name every time he says his name. In terms of the figure, like all jokes aside, the figure looks like Orochimaru. Now, one thing that kind of caught me off guard just a little bit is how much tall. He's not like he's a super tall figure. I don't know why I expected him to be, I don't know, a bit shorter, but it makes sense. His height makes sense. I just was expecting him to be shorter for whatever reason. But in terms of the figure, it's 1,000,001 accessories that you can give Orochimaru. You could get a bunch of snake-related stuff, and just be like, hey, it's Orochimaru stuff.
Yep.
As many snake toys as you want.
Nah, bro, you put him next to a real snake.
You can put him like Burr said, you can put him next to a real snake.
Y'all can have that.
It'll be valid. Now, I'm a cat person, so I like snakes, but I have mostly cats, so, if we talking about Dragon Ball and you hear me gush over Beerus and other furry animals, never mind, I ain't even gonna go there. But, that's why. But I'm gonna hand it off to Burst.
All right, so as we know, Orochimaru is going to come with some Sasuke DLC. We're referring to this as DLC because of what they did with Gohan all last year into this year. I don't like the trend. I'll just be honest with you. I kind of wish that it was just, let's focus on the character and give him whatever he needs to be that character, and then focus on accessory packs, because they are doing kits with the Goku kit coming out in this month actually. So I'm sure that they know that that's going to be successful, so it's like, why not do that more? But even getting back just to Orochimaru, I mean, the guy looks amazing, and it makes me wonder, like, are they on the path to doing the legendary Sannin? Because they did an EE Jiraiya, but it's not technically like any new articulation or anything like that, so it'll be interesting to see. But definitely Orochimaru is one you've got to have in your collection, not just for Naruto, but also for Naruto Shippuden displays, because it just goes hard in any kind of situation. And you can get a third-party Akatsuki robe and just put it on him, and he still would look great, just to be honest.
Really facts.
But I'll pass it off to you now, Sai.
Like
Before you go,
straight up,
side,
straight up and
something I
down.
want to briefly mention after you're done. One thing I
Okay.
want to briefly mention that I think we forgot.
Okay. Um, for me, right, Naruto. It just, I was following it, following it, huge fan, and then I started to lose interest because too much filler and certain things. I was like, all right, well, that's just me. I got nothing against it. I still love it, of course. There's still aspects of it I love. Orochimaru's that dude though. That's a must have. Like, gotta have him. And
Hmm.
to go with that burst, they're most definitely doing those legendary three. You're not just gonna re-release Jiraiya for no reason, and you're not gonna touch on those three. That is
Right.
most definitely happening. So don't be surprised when you see Tsunade pop up out of nowhere. And speaking of this, right? Do know that Anime Expo is going on. So there might be some, more reveals. I think what is it? Is tomorrow the last day?
I think so.
I
Yeah, the
think.
third, or is
Mhm,
it?
yeah,
Yeah.
it's the third. So the third is the last day. So pretty much kind of like the last day for them already, because they're always a day ahead of us. But like, yo, Orochimaru's fire. Like, there's really nothing else to say about it. Like, it looks immaculate. They did that figure justice. Like, whoever put in that work for him, they love that character. I'm saying that right now. They love that character. It was like, hey, this boy gonna look right, and he looks perfect. It's that's really, there's nothing else I can really say about it. It's a must have. Like, I got mine in. I hope you got yours in. Please,
For
if you don't,
sure.
get it.
So
What you gonna say
the
though, Mom?
one thing I wanted to say that we briefly forgot, because I almost forgot about it, is that there's actually two other 112 line Naruto figures. There is, I forgot the name of the
Oh
other one.
yeah, there's a
There's
new
the other
one.
one that's gonna be what soft goods, and they've been doing the metal slug figures, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Let me.
Oh
So
yeah, yeah. I'm mad.
so
We just talked about that too. Like, oh my god, yes.
the thing I want to say about that is that I think that's gonna be interesting. Tamashii dealing with that, because I think most of the Akatsuki are gonna benefit in that line from that
Hmm.
soft goods, with that
Yeah,
jacket being soft goods.
yes,
Now,
For
yeah.
certain other characters like Kakashi, it's gonna be up in the air, because I think Kakashi's outfit works well as not being soft goods.
mm,
But things like a huge jacket or something like that, definitely
Right.
the Metal Slug people. Now, the only thing about the Metal Slug people, because I can't remember the company's name, um,
oh, it's
is
called
that
the Tunchi or Tunchi or Tunchi.
okay? The thing about Tunchi is that they're expensive,
Yep.
and that's where Tamashii got them. That's where they
Yeah.
got them in a headlock.
Yep.
Because even though we know that Tamashii can get expensive, I don't think they're gonna be as expensive as some of those Metal Slug figures. And if
But you know
Naruto
what?
follows suit,
But you know what, Toto? To give it, to play devil's advocate to that, right? Y'all know my stance on that stuff. If the figure looks and has that premium feel to it, people will pay for it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, if these is gonna, like, those Metal Slug figures, I don't know if y'all seen reviews on them, but those things are amazing. Like, I'm not even a Metal Slug fan, and I was like, should I get these? Like, I was debating. I was
Right.
arguing with myself, man, you don't need these. What are you gonna put them with? But they look dope. Hey, man, you don't need them. So, but like, looking at them, like, for what they are and everything that they come with, like, yo, they're really really good. So it's like, me seeing that and then thinking they're gonna put that same kind of effort into a Naruto line, like, yo, that's gonna be wild. Like, that's gonna give Tamashii Nations a run for their money, for real, for real. Like,
Yep.
even with them being expensive, people gonna look at them like, hey man, especially what you already know, Tamashii Nation's biggest weak point: accessories.
Oh. Yep.
Now, if once they start showing this stuff and they're like, hey yo, it costs $80, but for that $80 you getting the figure plus the basic stuff you would get with a Tamashii Nations figures, and then some people gonna be like, hey man, um, I'll take this, because that's just like, great example. Tamashii Nations, their movie Deadpool, and then Rivo take Amazing Yamaguchi Deadpool. Day and night difference. You
Right.
got like 1,000 accessories with the Amazing Yamaguchi one. The Tamashii Nation ones, you just got the figure. Literally, that was it. You got no accessories, nothing else.
And then they decided to make another Deadpool and say, "Oh, now we're gonna give you actual guns and stuff." Like,
Exactly.
come on, man.
It's like, why even put myself through that when I can just get it all in one go? And that
Exactly.
right there would have people looking like, all right, I'm not even gonna waste my money on the Tamashii Nation ones when I can just get this one with all the accessories and then some. I'll take that. And that's what people look at. So that's just me playing devil's advocate for a little bit.
With that, did you guys want to move to talking about Jiraiya and Obito?
Oh, for sure. Y'all take it. Yes, sir.
All right. Well,
I'm gonna
oh,
start
go ahead.
off. Oh well, since I feel like so I've been rewatching Naruto with my lady. So a lot of this stuff is starting to be refreshed in my mind. And I'm like, yo, I can't wait till they make this character. Oh, this character. Oh, this guy. I'm just gushing, right?
Yep.
So with Obito, somebody commented on, of course. Let me not jump ahead. But a recent picture I posted on my YouTube in the community tab. Somebody was like, well, it's it's kind of weird that they kind of mix matching stuff that happened at the end of Shippuden, basically, versus early Naruto stuff. So, for example, Obito, that version of Obito that's at the end of Shippuden.
Mm-hmm.
Now, is it his final form? No, but it's still like late game stuff, and the only way I could think is using, of course, my man Saiorus' method. Is okay. Who could you pose this character with? We seen the character that they revealed, but also you can pose him with who? Kakashi.
Yup. Yup.
Facts.
So, um, I'm not gonna lie. One of the reveals I was expecting from Tamashii was Tsunade.
Mm.
We're doing the legendary. We got Orochimaru. Jiraiya
Yep.
is inclusive, as Burr said. I was expecting Tsunade, but we didn't get
It's
it.
hey,
Um,
hey, it's too soon. You got to think. What else is coming up? We in July. What else is
oh
coming up?
yeah, I keep on forgetting.
Yeah, there
SPCC
you go.
is in
There
Oh,
1 2
yep.
you
weeks
go.
from
There
this recording, and of course, I'm not even gonna get into it. I'm gonna just hand it off first.
you go.
Well, for
So
me,
first,
oh yeah, incorporating into this conversation. So it was revealed that they are doing this top 99 Naruto vote. So if you didn't already hear about that, basically over the course of like, I don't know, was it a month and a half or 2 months or something like that, you could place your votes in for your favorite Naruto character, like in all of Naruto, I believe it was, or if it was just Shippuden, it was one of the two. And of course, the results came out, and there are already a few characters that they've, of course, done from it. And I have seen people kind of, concur like, oh, maybe like Minato and stuff should be next. But you know that they're going to be sporadic with that, and it don't even matter what number that person was at, as long as they probably were in the top, I don't know, 50, kind of the higher numbers. So, I mean, there's a lot of room for some interesting stuff. And I mean, we're already going to get another Naruto with these new accessories. So, I mean, expect more Naruto, just like you're going to keep getting more Gokus. That's going to keep happening regardless. But there's definitely some interesting ones out of there that you may not expected to have seen so early at all. So, the it's a unlimited potential for what can come from Naruto in general, which is kind of cool. And I kind of like that they have that direction, so you don't necessarily have to be focused on like, oh, well, I want Boruto now. I want old Naruto stuff. I want Shippuden. You just kind of get whatever at this point. Just be glad at that point, I guess.
Big facts. Big facts.
But it doesn't stop them from like also pairing people together. So like as Bomb mentioned, you got Obito, you got people to pose him with. It does not stop them from being like, okay, we're gonna do Tsunade, and then we're gonna release another Madara Uchiha, and they can fight, from the 4th grade ninja war battle with the fucking Susanos, excuse my language, stuff like that. But that's pretty much it for me on the Obito and Jiraiya stuff. I would like to not see Jiraiya as an exclusive though, because who really thought anything was gonna happen at Anime Expo for Tamashii Nations? Nobody, So hopefully they go on Premium Bandai as much as people don't like it. It's our only option to get some of this stuff sometimes, because places like Hobby Genki, Plaza Japan, Global Freaks, whatever, are not going to get event exclusives, Even on Mandrake, you're not gonna see exclusives. You're only gonna see like general release and premium Bandai items.
Yep, that is facts. There's no denying that. Also, what people have to take into account with this line, right? They're doing, of course, like my fan pointed out, who can you pose the figures with? But if you've been collecting Dragon Ball figures from like the time that it started, you have to remember they're reintroducing the Naruto line from when it happened way back when. It wasn't successful back then when they first did it. Now they're redoing it now. So they're thinking two things, right? Look at how they did Dragon Ball back in the day. Dragon Ball when it first came out was all over the place.
Right.
It wasn't just like, okay, we're going by arc like how they're doing it now. It was all over the place. Like, okay, the next release you got Goku and Piccolo. Cool. Next release, oh, Gohan from the Cell Saga. Like, wait, what? Majin Buu. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. What? What? And that's how it was. They were going way too fast because they wanted to get people invested in the line, so they were dropping those fan favorites that they knew people were going to buy to keep them invested into the line before they actually gave themselves a sense of direction. So with that, people were like, "Oh, okay." They were invested. They wanted more. Cool. That kept people coming back for more and spending more money. Ergo, investment in the line keeps the line alive, keeps more figures coming. Same now with this. All right, what's hot in the anime right now? Bet. Let's drop the stuff that's hot in the anime right now. We're gonna start from this point, and then while we have enough people invested into this line, we'll go back and start releasing characters from the older shows and everything else. Makes sense because now you're gonna have people invested in this line, and now they're going to want to be or have a complete collection. You're always gonna have completionists no matter what you do.
Yep.
So you have somebody that's like, oh, okay, I want young Naruto, cool. Then teenage Naruto. Then of course Hokage Naruto. Like definitely, you're gonna have people that's gonna want that. And that the way that they're doing it is, think about it. It's putting you smack dab in the middle, and now you're like, okay, I'm getting this. What about before and what about after? Those questions are always asked. Oh, we're gonna get this Naruto. We're gonna get this Sasuke. Or we're gonna get this Sakura. Like that's how they do it. It's smart business wise. It's genius. So this is conversation me and my family have all the time. The gents on the line I'm talking to right now. When you learn to separate yourself from that fandom and the business sense, you start to understand why stuff gets released the way it does.
Right. 100%.
So with these is a reason. There's always a reason to how and why they release the figures that they choose to release. And in this case, that's literally what it is with Naruto. They want this line to be successful and not fail like it did the first time they try to introduce it. So with this, just know, hey, they could be started at the end of Shippuden, but they're doing it so they can go back to the beginning at some point in time to give you the other figures that you want and make us all happy. And just think about it like this. By then, we're going to have a way better articulation. So I'm not arguing. I'm not complaining at all. Be happy.
Yep.
Trust me. Let them get the kinks out of this. And then when we get to the other, yes, fluid. The articulation of those figures is going to be like water. Absolutely. Hands down.
To add the icing on the cake of what Saiorus said, even with getting the kinks out, we could argue that they've already gotten a lot of kinks out based off of Dragon Ball going through a lot of the kinks.
Big facts.
That's why Dragon Ball has had so many different changes up even till this day, where we have that brand new Goku coming on in October. Not to get on to Dragon Ball, but with Naruto, it's so many cool characters that they could do. Shout out to the Cloud Village. I hope they get all the brothers and all the sisters.
I feel that.
All day.
Raikage, Killer B, you are already. Instant bias for me.
Ooh, okay. How big would they be though? I'm just curious. Would they be like not Broly size or full power Broly size? Something like armor Broly size or superhero Broly size?
It would have to be at least.
I don't think they have to be that tall. Raditz height.
Honestly, I think it would be like Piccolo height.
I can see that.
Piccolo height. That would be fine.
Maybe a bit taller than Kashi.
Piccolo or Raditz. Those two. Yep.
I just know they're gonna take their sweet time doing the what's his name, the Tsuchikage, the small dude.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, brother. All right. Well, with that, I think it's time to move on to this new Naruto reveal we finally got just yesterday at the
Man,
time.
man,
Somehow.
man.
Well, we got our boy, and you probably saw him in the little thumbnail I got here, but we got Kurama Link Mode Naruto Uzumaki, or you can say Kurama Chakra Mode. Either way, it is a new Naruto, and he looks like people were saying he looks like a Ban Presto statue, just articulated.
Yo,
And I gotta say, like that's pretty high standards, and I mean he's looking the part.
I've heard some complaints. Funny enough,
Ooh, we gotta get
so
into it. I'll let you get into it first.
I've heard that, for example, one person so earlier I referenced in like a picture that I posted in the community tab. I was referring to this Biju mode Naruto Karama Link mode Naruto, right?
Mm.
So one minor complaint that I've heard is, of course, the knees not being the same color as the rest of the figure.
Ah,
That's
yep.
not a big deal for me at all. I'm not gonna lie to you. I basically don't care. I can't lie. I've also heard that they would prefer that the cape be soft goods.
Mm.
Once again, I don't care. Um, this figure is something I actually wasn't expecting for a little while, but I guess the tease for Obito, once they teased that, I was like, all right, it's coming. But before that, I wasn't expecting this figure for a little while.
Yeah.
I'm very happy to have it because design-wise, he carries himself.
Mm-hmm.
One person commented, yo, I'm not even a fan of Naruto, and I might have to pick this up because it's a cool design.
Right.
So, I'm very happy with this. I'm excited to see the other various forms of Naruto, of course.
I need Sage of Six Paths mode, man.
Hey.
That mode,
I need Jinchuriki. That's what I need.
Is that the one when he fought Pain, right?
The red
Yo.
fox mode.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
When he fought Pain, absolutely.
Ooh, that was the
Yes.
crazy fight, bro.
Yeah, and guys, let's pressure Saiorus into watching Naruto.
Oh, yep.
Now, what we have episode lists that can tell us which filler to skip. And Naruto's over now, so Saiorus.
Hey,
I'm trying to peer pressure you. You could just I've been watching it with Mama Bear, and you could skip. I've been skipping the filler, so you can skip basically to all the main story and whatnot. But of course, if it's not like you said, if it's not your thing, I'm not gonna keep on harping on it. I don't want to.
No. Hey, no. Don't get me wrong. I love it. I do love it. Like I said, it was just at that point in time because I was actually ahead of the anime because I was also reading the manga.
Oh,
So
okay.
I knew about stuff that other people didn't know. Like I knew about the movie, about him going back in time and meeting his dad and all that 2 years before it came out.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so I knew about a lot of stuff, and I told you I was stationed in Japan, so I knew, knew some people. You know what I mean? So it was like, oh, okay. So it was like I knew about a lot of stuff beforehand. So when they started doing all of the filler, that's when I was like, all right, man, this is a little too much now. This is getting a little too much, because me and wifey was watching it too. So it was like, yo, that's what's up. And even she was like, yo, this is getting a little boring. I was like, yeah, I know, but it was just. I can definitely, get back into it, especially now, I got my little man, my son, he watches it on his own. So that did my heart justice, made my heart happy, you know what I'm saying? So
gotta teach him young, man.
It's like, all right, cool. He a little man of, of a high caliber. So, he's a cultured young man. So it's like, with this, he don't know it, he don't know it, but I got him this for his birthday, you know what I'm saying? So
okay.
That's a good thing. You know what I mean? That's a good thing. So, me seeing this, like, first off, like I said, I'm gushing because I've been waiting for this in figure form again for years. Like, years. I've been dying for a figure of this. So I was like, yo, this right here is all I wanted for like a hot minute, yo. So, and I understand people's complaints. All right, oh, the knees aren't the same color as the rest of the figure. But to play devil's advocate, if you look at the knees, right, and you look at the wrist joints, they're the same colors, and it blends in kind of well. If you go down lower, right, and you get to like towards the ankle, the knee joints color blend in with, the colors going down towards the ankle. So it's really, really not that bad.
True.
That's just me being honest.
I mean, there's also room for them. I mean, if it's a big enough complaint, we've seen that they're willing to like go back, fix some things, show a new prototype. So it's not like if it's that big of a deal for people, they'll go back and change it. But if it's not, then expect it to be the same. But I mean, I throughout on Instagram at least, I've seen people saying, well, I mean, if it's that big of a deal, then I guess repaint it yourself because it's not that noticeable if you're posing it for the most part,
Big facts. Like a huge thing that people also seem to forget that they really don't pay any mind to. When it comes to the joints themselves sometimes are a different plastic than the rest of the figure.
True.
That's a huge thing. It's so that they can be durable and last for a while. So, oh my god, I'm so sorry.
Funny
Something.
that you mentioned that.
Oh my god. This is gonna be for later. Gents, I'm about to send y'all something. We gonna stay on this topic, and
Sir, I know this is about to be crazy. Yo, stay tuned. It's about to be crazy later.
Hey, take it. I'm about to send y'all something right now. Take it.
Where are you sending it from?
I'm gonna send it. I'm gonna send it in our chat.
All right. We got eyes on it right now.
Oh my god.
The suspense, it's killing me.
Facts.
Oh shit.
Yo, bro.
That looks wild.
We're gonna get
Yo.
and a little bit later. However, I want to finish up with Naruto. Naruto.
Yep.
I can only the potential for this action figure line is crazy.
Big facts.
Earlier, Burst mentioned Minato. I'm not even a chakra mode Minato. I'm looking forward to a regular Minato.
Definitely.
And I hope that it's updated molds. I hope that it's not a re-release because I know they released the old Minato, but forget about that. I want a brand new Minato.
As you should.
I want a brand new Minato. He's a cool character, just even power set wise. And you can never like the if you're a parent of the protagonist and people don't want you, I mean, one could argue that for Naruto's mom, but even Naruto's mom is probably cop. Then you suck. You suck. If you're a protagonist mom, parent, and the people don't want you, bro, you suck.
That's crazy, bro.
You know how many people want Bardock? You know how many people probably... Alright, let me not get into Dragon Ball. We'll save that for Dragon Ball.
Oh, man.
Y'all know my bread and butter is Dragon Ball, and of course, when we get more into Bleach, it'll be Bleach as well. And JoJo. But anyways. Is that all, gentlemen?
I think we're ready to move into this next topic. It might be a little smaller since we don't have any new information on it yet, but it's called Fog Hill of 5 Elements, and I've not personally watched this, so Sai and Bomb are probably gonna have a lot more to talk about with this.
Okay, so I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I said I'll have a lot to say about it. I lied. So all I got is hype for y'all because I remember at a point in time when I was on Facebook, there was a lot of Chinese animation being shared. For whatever reason, I don't know why it just went viral all of a sudden. But Fog Hill of the 5 Elements was one of those animations. And bruh, the character design, the fight scene, I don't even know what they were saying. I'm not gonna lie to you. But that shit was fire. In fact, when it was revealed that Tamashii Nations had the license to it, immediately, you know what I thought? I was like, if they could get Fog Hill of the 5 Elements, not to say that it's some unpopular thing, because it could be very well super popular and I don't know about it, but personally, for all you out there that can relate, the Korean Dragon Ball. Yeah, I might know where I'm going with this. God of High School.
Man,
Any people
man.
that know about God of High School and have read the webtoon God of High School, you know what I'm talking about right now. Even
Big
the main
fan.
character is technically Goku, except he doesn't go by Goku. His name is not Goku in the show, but it is Sun Wukong.
Yep.
If Tamashii gets the license for God of High School, oh my God, I'm not sure what more I can ask for. I'm really
Big fan.
okay. I can think of one series named Ordeal, but I don't even want to get into
Hey,
it
hey,
because
hey, look, stop. Look, hey, hey, man, you know how I feel about Ordeal. You know how I feel about Ordeal, bro. Stop. We gonna be here all night. We gonna be here all night.
I'm
Or,
gonna pass it off to you, Sai.
hey, look, the easiest way I can say this: if you are a fan of Avatar and you have not watched this anime, you're doing yourself a disservice. That's just keeping it 100,
See,
keeping it a beam, keeping it a buck. You need to watch this anime because I'm telling you right now, you will not be disappointed. And for Tamashii Nations to hop on this, again, this is a Chinese anime. Like a lot of these things start off as just webtoons and they get bigger. Like God of High School was a webtoon. A lot of people didn't know that. It was a webtoon and it got so big that they made it into an anime. So this right here, hey, if y'all want to see more of these things come into fruition, come into light, be figures, get full on anime series and all that, hey, support this stuff, and I promise you, you will see more. You will definitely see more because, yo, these designs, hey, Bomb said it all. These designs are insane. Like these, they're crazy. Like I'm gonna keep it 100. Imagine an entire anime done in the art style of when, let's see, Super Dragon Ball Heroes and the crazy fight scenes in the Tournament of Power. Imagine an entire anime done in that kind of art style, or even in the Naruto animes when they do the crazy fight scenes between Naruto and Sasuke. We know how that art style it goes off hard. Imagine an entire anime done like that.
And to just add on a little bit more, uh, specifically, I would say I would disagree just a little bit. Not the art style, but the choreography. I think the art style, technically, if you relating it back to what Sai said, the art style is actually more akin to, from what I've seen, and I haven't watched this completely. Um, in the Legend of Korra, Avatar: The Legend of Korra, when they go to when she goes into the spirit world or
yeah,
whatever you call
Mhm.
it,
Yep, yep,
the
yep,
art style is a lot more akin to that. Very
yeah.
color, very
yep.
vibrant. The fight scenes, choreography on point. Um,
Yes.
you know that thing that, if I'm not mistaken, you know that thing that Sasuke called down from the clouds called Kieran? Well,
Yep.
there's a character like that in the show.
Yep.
Um, and of course I'm hyping it up OD right now, but like seriously, Fall Kill the Five Elements. I would have never guessed that that would get an action figure line, and I could gush about this all night. But um,
Hey
I
man,
want to stay on schedule. Um,
you guys saying
per-
that it's like Avatar: The Last Airbender slash kind of Korra. That's enough for me to get intrigued because I like that type of stuff, and I mean, I know a lot of people know about that Netflix one. I don't know how that's gonna do, but we'll see.
I, I ain't gonna- I ain't-
But getting into the next topic here, because there's not any new reveal about the Fog Hill stuff yet until let's see, it says Bilibili World 2023 Booth 1A33. Whenever that happens, we'll get to see probably a prototype or product images of it. So we'll come back to that eventually. But let's get into this next one, which is the Obi-Wan Kenobi Darth Vader. And that one kind of surprised me because I wasn't expecting it to come looking as good as it is, for one. You know, that thing is probably, in my opinion, and I don't know if this is a hot take or not, but it outclasses the Mafex for me. I don't know about you guys.
I'm gonna say this. This
Mm,
is gonna be probably controversial. Don't hate me, guys. Don't hate me. I know pretty much nothing when it comes to Star Wars. Please,
Are you a Star
I
Trek fan,
feel the
bro?
hate. I'm not a Star Trek. I'm not a Star Trek fan. But I'm not a Star Wars fan. I never really got into it. I'm not saying that I'm not willing to get into it. Um,
Listen,
but I don't know a lot about it per se. So, um, from what I can see, the pictures that I've seen, yes, it does look like Darth Vader, absolutely. In terms of how it looks in comparison, as Burr said, to the Mafex one, Mafex, however you want to pronounce it, I don't know. I'm gonna pass it off to Saiorus because he knows more about it than me.
All right, so I would say that it is on par with the Mafex. That's what I would say. Being that when it comes to live action stuff, Tamashii Nations, their face sculpts aren't usually that good. That's just keeping it above.
true.
Their likeness to the actual actors or whatever and the actresses, it's not. They always seem kind of off. But with this, being that you only had to do part of his face, and Darth Vader's face is all jacked up for those of you that watch Star Wars. I mean, so. So it's like, yo, that was way easier for them to do than the likeness of Anakin himself. Like you can see where it's a little off when it comes to it, and if you compare that to the Mafex one, it's like, oh, you see which one is better. But it's like even with that, right? You're like, all right, these look very, very well done on part. Like it even comes with soft goods. So that right there is a huge plus.
Mm-hmm.
Huge, especially for Tamashii Nations. Huge plus for the SHF line. So like, definitely, I would say if you're not looking to get the Mafex one, this is easy. One to go ahead and go for, especially with what you're getting with it too, because I believe the Mafex one only comes with the other head with the different color eyes. This one, you're getting the damaged helmet and you're getting the regular one too. So of course, who doesn't like to reenact battle scenes? Of
Right.
course, you want battle scars. So by all means, hey, get your man Darth Vader and make it do what it do. Like I'm even tempted to get this, and the gents will let you know that's saying a lot, especially after what I told them. I'm not looking really to get any more of the official stuff because we gonna talk about one thing up here that yeah, buddy. But like, yeah, it's on point. Like I have to agree. It looks really really good for what it is.
I will add, now, if you are a little bit more on a budget, the Black Series version of this is actually not too bad. It
Yes,
does.
that is true.
They use soft. This is the thing about Hasbro. We kind of like briefly touched upon this at the beginning of this. Is like Hasbro treats different IPs way differently. Like you would think Marvel would get the same treatment, but the Star Wars line in general for Hasbro gets way better treatment. Like all their figures look really good, decent articulation, and the ones that need fabric and soft goods get that. Like Darth Vader, I think I have the Obi-Wan Kenobi version of him that isn't battle damaged, and he looks great. I mean, the robes are a little long, but they look great. And I mean, the face sculpt that I think I seen for Obi-Wan Kenobi battle damage version of Vader looks pretty good too. So I mean, you've got those options. You've got the budget, which is probably going to be like $25-$30 at Targets and Walmarts and whatnot. You've got the import options, and I mean, at that point, it's just up to you. So, in this sense, it's great. It's just great to have the options.
Most definitely, gotta wholeheartedly agree with that.
But with that, that's kind of our last bit of Star Wars, and hopefully that's it, because we already got Mafex, like Ahsoka, we got the Mandalorian too. I guess we could briefly talk about that. I wasn't prepared for that one because like it just happened so randomly, but
Yeah.
let's bring it up really quick. Where is he at on Tamashii's page? Here he is. All right, so real quick, I mean, he's an expensive one compared to the Mafex. He comes with some pretty cool stuff, but I mean, again, it's really up to you as like the consumer what you prefer. Mafex with more accessories, with the spear, the dark saber, Grogu, some other kind of weapons and accessories, or you want to go with SHF, with maybe a little bit of a different finish, maybe a little bit better articulation. We'll have to see how that is once they actually come out. But it is a little bit more on the pricey side, and that does go up for pre-order tonight/tomorrow at the time of this recording. But that's pretty much it for him. I mean, it's nothing too different from the Mafex. You know, it's just up to you as a consumer again. But let's move into the Marvel stuff really quick that recently came out.
I'm gonna let y'all rip it because I already know y'all about to go ham on this one.
You wanna start off, Bomb, or you want me to start?
Wait, hold on. I can start.
All right.
So in terms of Marvel stuff, we have a whole. All right, I'm not gonna lie. When it comes to Marvel stuff, it's mostly Spider-Man stuff that I care about.
Right.
First of all. So maybe Burst can fill in the blanks with that. First thing I'll say is the SH figure art stuff looks awesome. However, when it comes to live action stuff, I'm always waiting for Mafex.
Mm-hmm.
And secondly,
Because
when it comes to the Into the Spider-Verse stuff, I'm waiting for Sentinel.
Mhm.
Now,
Yeah.
that's really, both are very, I had to be very patient with because Sentinel created what I think is the best Spider-Man figure of all time. Y'all can hate me if y'all want.
Is it Peter
But
B?
it is Peter B. Parker. I think that is the best Spider-Man figure of all time. Now, and that doesn't mean in terms of being the best comic Spidey. He's not the best comic Spidey, but overall Spidey that we have available to us, I think he is the best. In
oh no,
terms
that
of,
that Revotech Spidey at 2.0 looking real good right now.
Oh, that looks. Yeah. I got
it
it.
does look good.
I,
I will say though, Revotech, for me at least, will always suffer from what they sacrifice in terms of aesthetic with the joints.
mm,
But it does look really good. That is, if we were to make up like a top 10 list, that's easily top 5, easily for me.
Agreed.
But personally, that Sentinel went crazy on that Peter B. Parker.
indeed.
But back to figure arts, right? Because I could gush over Sentinel all day. That Miguel O'Hara Spider-Man 2099 figure looks great. Like I said, oh yeah, and the Peter, Tobey Maguire Spider-Man figure, it looked great. Andrew Garfield looked great. But you know, Mafex, when it comes to the live action stuff, I can't hold you.
Yeah,
I'm
man.
looking forward to the Mafex Toby. Hopefully we get a 2.0 Andrew, because I can only imagine how crazy a 2.0 Andrew is gonna be from Mafex.
Will we get the face though? Is the thing, because I don't know what the behind the scenes of us not getting Andrew Garfield's face on 1/12 scale figures is, but the only one that I think still has any kind of Andrew likeness is the Hot Toys.
Yeah. I mean, hey, we already know when official don't do us right, third party come in clutch.
I'll
Yep.
say this. Even if we don't get the face, I'll be happy to get an updated mold of what they released for Andrew Garfield before. Because I know they released like a DX set version and like a regular version. Like one way he came with extra accessories, one way he didn't come with as many accessories. Super looking forward to that Amazing Spider-Man 2 look. I'm super looking forward to the Tom Holland End of No Way Home suit from Mafex.
Yeah, that one looks pretty sweet.
That is pretty much the most in my opinion, most comic accurate suit in general. If you want to go with what's the name of the artist? John Romita?
Yeah.
Something Romita. If you go with his art style, that movie suit matches almost perfectly that art style. Now it's a bunch of art styles you could go with for Spider-Man.
Right.
As y'all, if you're a Spider-Man fan, but
Yep.
Also Into the Spider-Verse, Across the Spider-Verse stuff. I hope to see Spider-Cat. Hope to see Spider-Rex.
Oh God, Hasbro got you, bro. Marvel Legends.
Yep.
So many. They could basically make. Some of these companies could basically make all their money straight up off of just using Across the Spider-Verse costume.
Yep.
No
Uh,
joke. No joke at all.
some of the bigger
And
ones are good.
I hope to see an updated PS4 Miles and
Yep.
Peter,
Yep.
whether
Hey,
it's
hey,
from,
hey,
of
hey,
course,
hey. Don't,
y'all know I'm
don't,
going to say
don't,
Mafex again,
don't,
but
yep. Don't get my
SH
hopes
Figure Arts, if they could get it right, I'll accept it from them as well. But
there.
first, I pass it on to you.
Yep.
What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I was gonna say like you're just talking about like both Across the Spider Verse as well as No Way Home. There are a lot of interesting choices as to what was picked, like just from Marvel Legends to even SHF. And I mean Mafex. I don't know how long it'll be before they show anything or say anything about that movie, but there are definitely some interesting choices. Like Marvel Legends, right? We got that cyborg Spider Woman over like what's his name, Pavitr. I forgot how you say his name from the movie Spider Man India. Like a lot more fan favorite characters definitely could have got picked. Old characters from old TV shows like Spider Man Unlimited, Spectacular Spider Man that don't have any merch being pushed. And I mean, I don't know what the legalities behind that is, but it definitely is more of a profit margin there. And I mean, just talking about No Way Home stuff too. I mean, the fact that Tamashii Nations beat everybody to the punch except Funko for this new final swingsuit is kind of crazy to me, because you would think Marvel Legends would have gotten it out first along with like all the other No Way Home villains like Lizard, Doc Ock, Green Goblin. But here you have Tamashii Nations, who already is doing like who knows how many other projects just in this year alone, on top of this. You know what I mean? It's just insane.
Big facts, because they, man, Thomas Nation has been going off like what the past 2 months. They just been firing off all cylinders for like everything, like getting lines that haven't even really like fully started yet, like that which falls into place what we'll be talking about right now. What is it? What is it? Mashal?
Yep,
Magic and
yep.
Muscle? Like yo, like you announced two figures. You got Mash and Lance. Like what is it? The anime is only like 3 episodes in.
That I was saying it was like new, and I was like, didn't this thing just start? I mean, like,
Big facts. Big facts. Like just started, but at the same time, you know what it is? That's like a cross of Black Clover, My Hero. I mean, not My Hero. Black Clover, One Punch Man, and Harry Potter.
true.
That's a win-win formula right there. Somebody said took the Powerpuff Girls formula and said sugar, spice, and everything nice. There you go. This is a win. And that's literally what it is. So it's like, you know what? I'm not even mad at them for jumping on it, because I'm gonna tell you right now, with how this is going to pop off, like you can already tell this is going to be a big thing, and people are going to want figures of that. So it's like I'm not even mad at them that they just jumped on it immediately and just said, "Hey, let's have at it." Like I can't even really speak much on this anime because I haven't even jumped on it yet myself. I was going to, but
So,
work and everything else is just man. But I know. Bomb can say something about it though.
um, Mashal, Magic, and Muscles. Now,
Hmm.
one thing I will say is that character design wise, these characters, I can't lie, they won't wow you per se, but I think accessories wise, if the accessories are done nicely, especially since it's a show based off of magic, accessories is gonna be important.
Big
Um,
fan.
it can be done very well. And another thing I want to say is that the other Mashal figure done by I think Buzzmod,
Yep.
I
Yep.
can't lie, the Tamashii version has it beaten good amount. At least I prefer the Tamashii version from what I've seen so far. Now, will it be ultimately better? Well, time will tell the tale on that.
I
But
will.
they already have a leg up in terms of like having two characters, Mashal and Lance, which of course is going to be a fan favorite. Any character with his type of power set. I don't want to spoil it for the guys, but his
Hmm.
type of power set if you watch the show. Um, You can't go wrong with that power set, especially for the cool character of the group, the badass of the group, so to speak. So,
Gotcha.
I will say, personally speaking, I do like the Buzzmon more just because I like having the option to take the coat off or hood, cloak,
Yes.
whatever it's called. I just think it,
Yeah.
it makes for more like of a design choice. Like I don't want it on today, I'll let them breathe.
Right.
But I mean,
Makes sense.
the thing with the Buzzmon is like all of their figures are $100 and over. So
Very true.
that's
Very true.
a cutoff for a lot of people for like especially a new series. If they've not been reading the manga, if that's been going on. So Tamashii does definitely have that leg up.
For sure. For sure.
But if there's nothing else on Mashal, that's such a weird name to me, Mashal. Like, if there's nothing more on that, I guess we can move into some DC stuff with this Michael Keaton, The Flash, Batman.
Now, if you've never seen the OG, Batman with Michael Keaton, you're doing yourself a disservice. Tim Burton Batman, it's amazing. Tell him my age, hush. So, hey, look, I might have to cop this. I'm gonna keep it real. Like that's nostalgia for me. My childhood, like most definitely, like Michael Keaton Batman, like OG. Dude is legit. Like, and it's dope. And it's dope to see him in this Flash movie. You're like, word, like for sure. It's, to actually get a figure of him in modern day times, and he played Batman like, man, decades ago. Decades ago. And again, it was dope. Like it was sick. Come on, it's Tim Burton, like for sure. Like that's amazing. Tim Burton doing Batman, what more could you really ask for? So, especially back then. So it's like to get a figure of this, yeah, like all for it. Like definitely, if you're interested, get it. Like if you're tinkering on the fence about it, you're just like, I don't know. Hey, get it. And I can't even lie. I've already seen some third-party stuff on it already, and it's not even out yet. And
Oh, yeah.
third-party, the stuff looks amazing. So, like, just letting you know, if you get this official figure, you are in for a treat. If you dive into the third-party stuff, all the stuff that they've announced and shown that they're going to do for this official figure, it is going to be a blast. I guarantee you that.
Yeah, I will say just ignore that unmasked head because
Yes.
I don't know what they were cooking in the laboratory, but like I see 2% of Keaton in there, and the rest is like some random guy. But I do think it's neat that they also went back and kind of fixed the eyeliner part like right away. A lot of people were kind of complaining about that, and it is interesting. I mean, I know in the movie his cape is different, but like back then I think his cape was like leather, right?
Yeah, it was.
And in this new movie, I think it's more like an actual fabric cape, if I recall. So it was an interesting change because there already is an shfiguarts Batman '89 figure that came out like I don't know how long ago, last year, 2 years ago, something like that. And I mean, you can compare the two and see the difference like night and day. So it's definitely a good one to pick up if you're a fan of this character. And I mean, we were gonna talk about probably like the Flash stuff, but they have not revealed a Flash figure or a Supergirl figure or even a Dark Flash figure. So I mean, I don't know if they have plans to, and I mean, given the whole Ezra Miller controversy, I don't even know if they want to. And that makes me kind of just tie it back a little bit, back into the Marvel stuff really quick. When they announced Ant-Man, it would make sense for them to announce Kang, but Jonathan Majors at the time has his controversy going on, so who knows if they want to get involved in like that potentially ruining figures or whatever. I don't know if there's any politics behind the company with that, but definitely it'll be interesting to see if they end up revealing any kind of Flash figure. I don't know if Mafex will, but anytime talking about Mafex, we got to think like a year out to 3 years before we get any kind of reveals from them. So, but yeah, he's a good pickup. I think he's 8,800 yen, which is, I don't know, somewhere between $50 and $70 USD. But You,
We know what they're doing. We talked about this. We know what they're doing with that.
yep.
Yeah.
Did you have anything you wanted to add for some of the DC stuff, Bomb?
Uh, to be honest, I was actually looking forward to that Supergirl figure, just to have the Supergirl figure,
Right.
because we don't have very many, super articulate. Let me not say that. We have a couple from DC Essentials, but that line died. We had
Which
some. We had one from DC Icons. That line died.
Sheesh.
So right now it would be getting a Supergirl from DC Collectibles from McFarlane,
Yeah.
and those figures are very. Sometimes you can get a gym that's like, yo, they went crazy here, like the Blue Beetle.
Yep.
But I'm hoping that they do the Supergirl. I'm hoping, but with
I
how
thought I
much
saw
money
that.
the movie has been making,
Oh
yikes.
yeah, it's one of the lowest. What right? It's
No pun intended, because they've been calling me Bomb.
oh yeah. The Flash movie is going on digital like a month after it came out too, which is beyond like fascinating to me because like. For example, and this is kind of getting off topic, but we'll take it back in a second. So, like the Fast and Furious movie was out for like, I don't know, a month and a half or 2 months, and it still went on digital relatively fast. But that movie was like still very successful, given the fact that people are tired of him. It still made a lot of money. So it is interesting to see like the Flash just absolutely tanking. And I mean, I think I know why. It's just nobody is interested in a movie that's not really even about the Flash to an extent. Like it's got Flash concepts, but is it a Flash movie about Flash characters? No, it's a collaboration movie. Like it's you got characters that don't necessarily need to be there for that character to, have a movie. Like in my opinion, it should have been Reverse Flash or the actual Flash Rogues Gallery of some kind. I think everybody's tired of Future Barry, coming into play in some kind of way because we've already gotten that via the Flash TV show, from the CW. No one wants that anymore.
I will disagree just a little bit. Sorry. I will disagree just a little bit because I haven't seen it myself yet. I'll see it at some point. But from what I've heard, that it is actually more of a Flash movie than people thought. In fact, it's very much a Flash movie. But I think DC is, not to get into movie stuff, but it's clear that they're trying to play catch up with Marvel, and it keeps on blowing up in their face. No offense to them. And they have some of the most popular DC characters. I mean, superhero characters, not DC characters. Superhero properties on the earth.
Big fact.
Superman,
Yep.
Batman. That's all I need to say. We don't even have to get into the rest. Superman, Batman.
Hey, just look at how well the Batman alone is doing by itself because it's not tied to anything. Just saying.
Facts. And you know what the thing is with another thing with this movie, with the Flash movie, that everyone's saying like how they hyped it up. And again, we're getting back into the action figure, guys. Just give us a minute. A lot of people they hyped this movie up to be something that it wasn't. Like you have all of these reviewers and all of these other famous actors saying, "Oh, this movie is so great. I got to see this, and it's really, really good." Oh, Tom Cruise said this about it, and blah blah blah. And it's like, and then when people went to see it, they're like, "Yo, this movie is nothing like y'all was hyping it up to be. It's not that at all." And I'll give a little pushback to what you said, Bomb. Because you said you haven't seen it yet yourself. So it's like me, y'all know me. I'm big into comics. So for me, I have to agree with Burst. It had Flash aspects, but it wasn't a Flash movie. Like it took certain iterations. That's like if you play video games, God of War. The new God of War 2018. It has RPG like elements, right? But it's not an RPG. So
Right.
This movie is the same. I look at it the same exact way. Like me reading Flash comics is like, yo, I didn't get all Flash vibes from this. Yes, there were Flash instances, most definitely, right? But to say it was a full-on Flash movie, it didn't really feel like that to me. Because if you really look at it, I'm gonna tell you right now, other characters in the movie completely stole the movie from Flash. That's just being honest. And this is me trying not to ruin it for anybody. Burst, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yep.
Like, it got to the point where you forgot that it was a Flash movie. You're like, oh wait, that's right, you're still in this.
Right.
Right. You know, and it's like once you see it and you get to those scenes, you're like, oh, yo, it was more intriguing than what was going on with the Flash. So it was like, yo, like what's going on here? And then on top of that, like I said, you got the whole controversy that's going on with him and everything that happened. So it was like you got people blowing this thing out of proportion, and when you see it, and then especially when you get to the end, Burst, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. You're like, really? That's what you went with? Yep. Okay, sure. All right. It's just certain things just don't add up to it. So it's like I wouldn't really expect to see a figure of that to come out anytime soon. Just that in general. Like I would expect Supergirl, you know, like in all honesty, I think they're playing it safe, realistically, because it's like you're like, all right, cool. You got Batman, and you know Batman is always gonna sell no matter what. You know, Superman, you got the Superman fans like me. All right, cool. I want it. I need it now. Fine. You know, but then with all of that, it's like, yeah, I don't know when it comes to Flash himself, Ezra Miller, Flash himself. So I mean, like, we will see. Like you always say, Bomb. Time will tell the tale.
But all right, now let's throw the Flash away, because let's rinse our hands off the Flash, and let's talk about something a little bit more hype. Let's talk about some SH monster arts. And I know Bomb has a lot. I know they got a lot to say.
Please, can I?
Hey, Rochambeau between y'all. But are you ready?
You know, I gotta talk a little crap to Sai.
Okay, here we go.
Because he was like, nah, they not. If they was gonna do a Yu-Gi-Oh line, they would have did it already. And I was like, nah, bro.
Hey, I did say that.
Like a week or two later, we rebuild it.
Hey, hey. To be fair, we were talking about the main characters.
I get it.
To be fair, and we were talking about the main characters. To be fair, because we was all like, "Hey, yo, it'll be dope if." Because I know, Burst in the same boat as us. Hey, I want a Yugi. Like, I mean, yes, they've been released, cool, Logitech and all that, but it's like, yo, we know who we really want to make these characters. shfiguarts, Mafex, whoever, cool. Give me a Tim. Give me Yugi.
Give me Kaiba.
Bakura. Like, absolutely. Like, give me these cats. I want them. I need them now. But now this line, an SH Monster Arts, bruh.
Sir.
Bruh.
When they revealed it, y'all, they can tell you. I immediately started sending pictures. I was like, you know how many different dark magicians they can do? So, for example, one thing I've been wanting recently is the Revoltech Dark Magician. I didn't even know that figure was released until I saw somebody like post a toy photography picture of it.
Oh wow, really? I didn't do. You could have asked. I got it all. I could have showed you that. I got you later. We'll talk later. I got you later.
With the black costume, I was like,
"Oh, that goes hard."
Yeah,
that's one of my favorite artworks of, if not my favorite artwork of Dark Magician, right?
Sure.
And I thought of, yo, what about the Red Dark Magician?
Yep.
I was like,
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I was like, no. So, and then I was like, my friend, I showed my homie. I was like, yo, Blue Eyes White Dragon. He's like, yeah, he like Blue Eyes White Dragon, but he seems to be more into Red Eyes Black Dragon, which is fair. That's a dope design as well.
Yes, sir.
So, the sky is the limit. Now, the only thing that worries me a teeny bit is the scale. I would like them to be as large as they can make them, but of course that would make for a more expensive figure, especially with all the unique sculpting that they're gonna use.
Oh no, hold on. Let me jump into this for you real quick. Let me jump into you for this real quick. The Monster Arts line. Have you not seen how big these things get?
But that's like King Ghidorah stuff.
Hey, that's big. Hey, that's a big figure. I even have. Hey, not even just that. Like I have.
For example, a regular Blue Eye.
Yeah. Like, here's the thing, right? Look up, like, all right, so you have Mothra and Batra in larva form. Those things are, they're big. Like, I have all of those. Like, once they jumped onto the Godzilla stuff, I'm a huge Godzilla fan. Been a Godzilla fan since I was my son's age. And I have all of that stuff. And let me tell you something. These things are not small. All of them are not small. They got some, they got some size to them. So it was like, yo, this is insane. So knowing how big they can make these, and even just the regular standard size that they have, just for a couple of them,
Mm.
they're they're very decent. The articulation, sick, very very decent. This is a line that is going to last a very long time. Like, do you like just first off, we're getting Blue Eyes to start off with.
Everybody's gonna want 3 of those, and also,
Absolutely,
Sergeant,
that's a given. That's a given.
but um, just to build off of what Sai was saying with Godzilla, I'm also, I, I'm not gonna say I'm a huge Godzilla fan, but my grandma, she had the VHSs. So back when I
Hey,
was a wee
still
little
got
lad
'em.
in the early 2000s, I would play some of those VHSs on the TV that was in my room at my
Mm.
grandma's house. And
Mhm.
now I look back on it, it's kind of jarring because grandma would be watching Medea and stuff like that. So watching Medea and then having the Godzilla tapes on VHS is kind of hilarious to me, like the
Right.
contrast in movies. But those Godzilla movies have a charm to them. Going back to the monster arts thing, um, Blue Eyes, I'm definitely super excited. People gonna want 3 Blue Eyes, and of course, they're gonna release an Ultimate Dragon at some point.
Of course,
Hey, hey,
That's
listen, man. I need the 3 Egyptian god cards. All right, I need
bruh,
Slifer,
I'll get
Winged
started.
Dragon of Ra, Obelisk the Tormentor. That, bro, I
Big
got the
facts.
I still got the cards, bro. All
Big
right.
facts. Big facts.
Same here. I
Same.
still play to this
Hey,
day. So
hey, you know what though? Like, for real, right? If you look up SH Monster Arts Violante, look that thing up, and I'm gonna tell you,
Biolante.
I'm gonna send y'all the pictures. You're gonna be like, yo, that thing is huge. It can easily make the god cards that size, and that's
Jesus.
and
Holy
that and that is an SH Monster Arts. You see
now,
it?
one thing
I got it pulled up.
bring our attention to is something that Sai brought up to me, and I know this is gonna hurt a lot of y'all feelings, but it is what it is. Not to make it somber, this is gonna be a very premium Bandai line. I predict.
Man,
Mm-hmm.
man.
It's gonna be a
I,
very premium Bandai heavy line. Think about how many monsters there are. Even just if we just go off the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel monsters with Atem and Yugi,
which is what they're starting with.
monsters that they can do. Don't let us get into GX. Don't let us get into 5Ds.
Nah,
Don't
nah,
let us.
nah. Yamaguchi can have anything after regular Yu-Gi-Oh, bro. They already doing Jade and Yuki. They can have that all. All right.
Nah, give it to figures too. But
Hey, I'm gonna keep it a bug. Monster Arts, look, I just want them to do from dual monsters to 5Ds. I'm happy. That's it. Anybody else can have anything else after that. I just want, because that's the continuing of that universe. That's it. I
True.
don't want
True.
anything else from
everything
any.
else is
That's
technically
it.
a separate
Mm.
timeline or universe. But
No. That's the thing, right? With dual monsters to all the way up to 5Ds, that's all the same universe. That's all the same universe. Like, no BS. Like, no, all jokes aside, that's all one universe. Everything. That's why after 5Ds, there's no more mention of Kaiba Corpse or anything else.
or
It's
New
always
Domino
something.
City.
Yeah, yeah. That's why none of that stuff is mentioned in the ones after 5Ds. That's why you have the movie Bonds of Time.
Once Beyond
They're
Time.
all connected. Yeah, they're all connected. It's all literally the same universe because 5Ds is like 100 years after like GX and Dual Monsters and stuff like that.
Sheesh.
Yeah, it's legit. Like all that, like, yeah, it's crazy, yo. It's sick. So that's why I'm like, yo, I'm for them doing all from Dual Monsters to 5Ds. I'm good. Anything after that, miss me with it. I don't care.
All I know is I need my Pegasus and I need my Toon monsters, bro.
I
Big
was just
facts. Hey,
about
yo,
to say say that.
I need my
Yugi
Neos.
boy.
I need my E-Hero Neos. I need my Neos, dog. That man, him and Dark Magician, them my dudes. That's the squad.
And to add real quick, and I don't know where exactly they posted this information. It's on one of Tamashii's posts somewhere, a blog or something. But this guy is either supposed to be coming out in December or pre-orders are going up in December. So he could be out pretty quick, depending on how that was going on the blog. But I expect to see this kind of thing blow up really fast, not in a bad way, in a good way.
I hear
Yes.
that. This. Oh, look, this is going to be one of their best selling lines, like hands down, like no cap, because they're done with the Godzilla stuff, so they needed something to keep the Monster Arts line going. And what better way to keep the Monster Arts line going than by picking an anime that's literally about monsters, the entire anime. You have how many iterations of this one series, and it's crazy. And just Dual Monsters by itself, you again, Dark Magician, which Blue Eyes, Red Eyes. We're not even talking Exodia. Holy crap.
Ooh,
Exodia. You got God cards. You know what I'm saying? You got Flame Swordsman. You got Dark Paladin. You have Black Skull Dragon. You have Gate Guardian. Like the list goes on. You know what I'm
right.
saying? It's a crazy list, and it's like even if they were to just do the stuff that was shown in the anime, that's still going to last a very long time. And then what I could see them doing, like I told y'all before, I could see them doing, some premium Bandai stuff where, they put up polls and let people vote which monsters they like to see next. And they do those votes, and okay, now all of a sudden this is a premium Bandai release. It's like, yo, I'm with it. Like people would be upset that it's premium Bandai, of course, but at the same time, people would be like, bro, I'm happy. I got the monster that I wanted. I'm good. I'm taking this
Summon
and I'm running.
Skull.
Say again.
Summon Skull.
Oh my
Yup.
god, man, Curse of Dragon, man, yo, we would be here all day if we talk about this.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
yo,
I
just
I
keep
want
it being.
to.
Go ahead, finish.
I want to transition just quickly because the next topic that we get into is going to be deep, just
Yeah.
for Dragon Ball. So I want to get through this next one really quick. But One Piece. Now, I don't think Saiorus watches One Piece, right?
Do not.
I don't think Bomb watches One Piece, or do you?
I keep up with that a little bit, so I know some of the. I know Blackbeard. Blackbeard is my guy. I'm rooting for Blackbeard. I know One Piece.
Damn, bro.
Because he's such a classic villain, and he's a. I can't even use the words I want to use, but he's such a bitch. Figure out the rest of it for yourself. But
Man.
he's like. Like he'll talk crap to you, and then you'll hit him. He'll be writhing and playing. But then he'll still talk crap to you, and he still might whoop your ass. I love
Facts.
I love that scene at what you call it, Marineford.
Oh.
When he comes from under the cloth with
Mhm.
Whitebeard, and he shows off his powers, and then he hits the Whitebeard stance.
Man, that was a crazy ass moment.
And he cracks the air, and people are like, "What? How can he have two devil fruit powers?" But going back to what they've actually revealed with Kaido, woo, that's a big boy. That's
Yup.
going to be a very expensive figure. I don't even really like. I'm astonished that they went straight to him. Now it makes sense given where the anime is at. Now, with Kaido, even with Kaido, they can do multiple forms. They've already done a Shenron, so doing his full dragon form is gonna be a cinch for them because they've already done it with Dragon Ball.
Yep.
The hybrid form and having the scale that it's at, I was actually pretty shocked.
Right.
I'm looking forward to certain characters like the admirals
Mhm.
because they look cool to me. I'm gonna get all the admirals, every admiral. Law, of course, given. Ace, given.
Hey, bro,
Marco,
you can buy the old Ace, bro.
Nah. Oh yeah, speaking of that, thank you, Bert. Speaking of that, so if y'all didn't know, shfiguarts actually did try their hand, much like Naruto, with One Piece way back in the day, back when we still had 1.0 Dragon Ball figure.
Yep.
They tried One Piece.
Yep.
And I got the Ace and I got the Luffy. Now, I'm not gonna lie. By today's standards, they a bag of butts, as my man Customs would say. But now I can only imagine what they could do in terms of sculpt work and everything. I think the biggest thing with this line is because they have so many humongous characters that it's gonna be an expensive line just off of the sheer scale of some of the characters. Like my man Diamond Jizo from the Whitebeard crew, Whitebeard himself is gonna be an expensive character.
Yep.
A lot of these characters are humongous. Now Mihawk, ooh, Mihawk, yeah. All right, Mihawk, red hair Shanks. Yo, look at all these characters that I named. I didn't even get into all the different side characters. Rob Lucci,
not even in his what's it called when Zoan type form, right?
Yeah, it's hybrid form.
Hybrid form. Hybrid. They can change into like a full hybrid, and they can. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say I want him in his regular ponytail, Afro ponytail form.
In his new look, in the white suit.
Now they could give us the suit that we saw him in Water 7.
Hell yeah.
But, they could give the suit as well. But I say all this to say, with One Piece, once again, this is gonna be a big money-making line for them. It's so has so many characters. Like the fact that they got as I knew it back when I was really super duper heavy into anime. I'm still into anime now, but super duper heavy into anime. They got the big three. They got Bleach, Naruto, and One Piece.
That's it. There it is.
They got the big three. Think about this. I never would have thought that I would be seeing this. They got them all at the same time.
Big fact.
All right, I'm gonna give it to burstzgyt.
All right. So, my hype for One Piece. I recently started watching One Piece from November of 2022 onward. So I stopped at 1050, just because I want to have some room for this Gear 5 surprise. Okay, but seeing Hybrid Kaido now, right? I'm thinking about characters like Big Mom, Katakuri, like those guys are gonna look really, really good in detail. Now, I will say a lot of the complaints on Kaido has been like, can he even stand without using the base stand? And is that stand even good enough to support him in the long run? We don't know. I guess we're gonna have to see more details of him, later on whenever they want to show that. But it just is interesting to see that they're willing to do big characters to a decent scale. They're not going to be like Galactus size from Hasbro or anything, but at least they're big. You know what I mean? And another thing before we talk about this live action One Piece figure is Yamato has not gone up for pre-order, and I'm not sure if they're intending to do like some kind of interesting double pack and have her as part of a Kaido double pack with her. I don't know. Or if they're just going to do it totally separate and keep it kind of like a Kaido Premium Bandai Yamato still general release. I don't know, because everybody's still wondering, is that figure even going to come out like this year? And I'm going to say probably not, because at this point the year is not that far away from closing. Like, I don't think we're going to have any other Dragon Ball stuff releasing this year officially, other than what's already been revealed, unless they randomly fill that October slot, just for example. But yeah, I'm very interested to see the future of One Piece for the figure line, because I think that they could do another thing like this where they reveal, 3 or 4 hero characters, or maybe 2 hero characters, and then split it off between other villains and kind of do it like arc and kind of keep it like Naruto, where there's a little suspense. You don't know what's necessarily coming, and it's not going to be the most recent thing. Or they could keep it like Bleach and go by the latest thing that's happening. It could go either way. But moving into the less fun.
One thing I wanted to say about, you was talking about the balancing with Kaido. I'm not even gonna give Tamashii too much slack on that, because One Piece characters are built crazy.
Yeah.
Leg, ass, upper body. So that's gonna be hard to translate into figure form and to get it right.
True.
Now we can argue that, hey, that's not our thing to worry about, but come on, we gotta be reasonable.
Right.
If you got little legs with the big upper body, how much could you really? How? It's only so much you could do engineering wise to make that work.
Right.
You know.
Very true.
So,
It
you
looks.
have to be reasonable in that aspect.
I mean, and the fact that his toes even look like articulated is crazy in and of itself. Like, I don't know how the articulation points from his leg to the knee to the ankles to the toes all work, but it looks like they're there. So it will be interesting to see how well he can even pose, like just moving, all together.
So before y'all go on to the next thing, right? Hey, look in our chat real quick. Look at those pictures that I sent for Biolante.
All right, give me 1 sec. I'm gonna see if I can get them to pop up here.
You see how big that boy is? You see how big that boy is?
Here, post them in Discord because it won't let me show it on Instagram for some reason. I don't know why, but. But while Saya's getting that sent,
there you go.
I'm gonna say it. Those live action One Piece figures, Zoro is okay. I don't know about Luffy though, bro. Luffy is
And Zoro actually looks pretty damn good. Now,
it does. It does.
Luffy.
I'm gonna say this, right, and I'm gonna try to keep it PG as I can possibly keep it, right. Zoro looks like Zoro from the live action because it fits a certain motif. Y'all should be able to pick up what I'm putting down. Luffy don't fit that motif, so Luffy look off. I don't know what. And again, y'all should be able to pick up what I'm putting down, and that's as much PG as I can possibly keep it. And you know what I'm getting at. That's all I'm saying.
I'm gonna say the Luffy is probably really like on the downside because you throw out a Luffy with like no effects. Like we're already getting the budget anime Luffy, right? It has no effects or anything like that, but it's understandable because we know we're gonna get more of that character in that version, and we're eventually gonna get effects and hockey elements to it or whatever. But the live action one, I mean, it's just like there's not really a way for people to even have a real opinion on it yet because the series isn't even out yet. But at the same time, it's like it doesn't work as well. Like live action stuff with them is just not something I feel should be in their priority. I don't know, whatever back deals they got going on where they're like, okay, we'll make these figures and cool, we got that partnership, but I don't know. It's just gonna be weird, like getting another Luffy from live action that won't have even any effects to it. And I mean, for me on the Zoro, I said I was gonna swap the heads from the anime Zoro that's coming out and put it on this one because you technically can have that East Blue look even though the face is wrong. But I mean, his face like actually looks pretty decent, so I mean, I might not do it. And the clothes, like for the outfit for that Zoro, was perfectly fine for me. The Luffy, however, everybody does have a problem, I think, with the shoes because Luffy doesn't wear normal shoes. And I mean, I don't know, the upper body on that Luffy just looks kind of weird. But I'll reserve judgment to see it more later. We'll see how it turns out if they make any adjustments to it. But Zoro looks clean. That's the one I'll go with. But moving away from this because we got to get into this big old segment just to drag my stuff, the good stuff we've been saving. So what do you guys want to start with? You want to start with all of the
Before we jump into that, I posted the pics. This is just hopping back to the SH Monster Arts line for Yu-Gi-Oh.
Oh, yep.
Posted those pics. Take a look at how big that boy is.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Compared to Godzilla, that's whoa.
You see that one pic of him holding Godzilla up in his mouth?
That's bonkers.
Yeah. So again, this is why I say these things for Yu-Gi-Oh, they can get pretty big if they choose to.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna be okay waiting like patiently for that. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
That's gonna be incredible. All right, I'm already knowing.
Oh yes. But yes, let's hop into this good old. It's been nice and hefty this whole time, but let's go ahead and jump into this good old meaty section that we're about to dive head first into.
Yep.
Dragon Ball.
Boy, oh boy.
Let me pull up. We got so first. Let's get the general premium Bandai releases and stuff out the way, and we can get into the EEs along with some of those third parties, all that good stuff.
For sure.
So the first one. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, play. You got it. Go ahead.
I was gonna say the first one we can talk about is this Yamcha, this premium Bandai, bare bones Yamcha. This guy, man, like I'm glad we're finally getting the Yamcha after like 2 or 3 years of waiting and seeing it at a display every now and again. But like for the price that he's at, which is people's biggest problem, even if he didn't come with any accessories, it's like, okay, he's premium Bandai, okay, understandable, but why is he so high for what little stuff he comes with in the first place? You know what I mean?
Big facts. 100% agree.
Like
I'm gonna agree with something that Bomb said in one of his videos, and something we talked about. If they're a part of the Z Fighters, they shouldn't be premium Bandai figures.
Agreed, 100%.
That should not be a thing. Like I wholeheartedly agree with them 100% because it's like, yo, you already know at least people at a minimum are gonna want to fill out that roster. At a minimum, they gonna want all the Z Fighters. So to make anyone that's a Z Fighter a premium Bandai releases, like, what are you doing? Like, house way? Like, why? Who made this? Who's making these decisions? You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And that is like, yo, it's Yamcha. No disrespect, Yamcha, Dragon Ball days, beginning, beast. Cool, I got it. But it's Yamcha. How is Yamcha worth the same price as Gohan Beast?
That's what
And
I'm
he
saying.
he don't even come with anywhere as near as much accessories that Gohan Beast come with. Who's making these decisions?
Exactly. And like you just think about like the old Yamcha we got and the fact that one had risen up like to 120s, 140s on the aftermarket, and that one actually came with like another little figure on top of Yamcha and his little hands and whatnot. Cool. But this one, like, yeah, it comes with the Dr. Gero piece, which arguably should have just been part of Dr. Gero, but whatever. This guy could have been a general release for $35. Barnes and Nobles, Target, Walmart, all those little shops. He would not be a peg warmer. He would be sold. Trust and believe. He would be available, and eventually when he starts to die out, then okay, the aftermarket price is going to rise up again. But for the guy, it's just like we're never going to see him again at this rate in figure form until they get back to Dragon Ball. It's just bonkers.
Yeah.
I don't understand why they just didn't put him on a 3.0 mode.
True.
Well, I understand why, but come on, Tamashii, if you're gonna put it on premium Bandai, at least give us the updated mode. If you're gonna just give us bare bones with accessories, at least I can say, oh, I got the new updated mode, rather than, damn, you giving me a 2.0?
Right.
At this point in time, you giving me a 2.0 on premium Bandai? Come on, Tamashii. Come on.
And the thing is that they know that they can get away with that, which is kind of bothersome for a lot of people. Is like, yeah, as consumers, we definitely give them pushback. Like I'm confident that they know about people not liking like all the spread out DLC parts and stuff like that. I'm confident that they know about it. They just know that they can get away with it because this is all you got. You know what I mean? Like they're dominating in a Dragon Ball market for figures at 1/12 scale.
Absolutely. And, I've been thinking about that for a while. And funny enough, I could just give y'all a minor spoiler for a video that I talked about with Sai for a while ago. I was like, the topic of the video was going to be, and I probably still will do this at some point, but if another figure company could pick up Dragon Ball while we still have shfiguarts, who would you want it to be? And the
Ooh.
reason why I bring it up is simply because I think the reason why Tamashii does some of the stuff they do with Dragon Ball is because they know, well, you're not gonna have another 1/12 scale figure line at
Mm-hmm.
our level.
Big
And one
facts.
could point out Dragon Stars. People be like, well, some Dragon Stars are better. And to that, I just side eye you. Now, one thing I will say, for example, the gammas. I think
Mm.
the gammas on shfiguarts look more segmented, but
Mm-hmm.
I'm almost certain they pose way better than Dragon Stars, even though
100%.
they look more segmented due to the joints.
And the Dragon Stars have harder plastic on the skirt piece as well, so you can barely get the legs up. I'm pretty sure, in comparison.
And just to piggyback off of what you just said, Burst, I think that's indicative that they're meant for little kids to
True.
be more
That's
rough
true.
with. That's why the plastic is harder. And that's something I think sometimes we need to remember with adult collectibles
Mm-hmm.
is that adult collectibles is not going to be hard plastic like some of the lower end lines, for lack of a better term, you know? Now,
Yeah.
because I've heard, the plastic quality for figuarts has gone down, and I'm like, to me, it feels the same as when I first started collecting. When I got that first Super Saiyan Goku 1.0, the plastic feels the same. So I don't know what people really are talking about, but I've heard that a couple times. I haven't heard that like as a major complaint, but I've heard that a couple times, and it's like, well, I think you're chatting, but you could be right
Right.
because the plastic doesn't like what just I'm a detour real quick. Marvel Legends, I could feel the plastic different. Some of the
Mm.
joints legit feel gummy, and like I
Yes.
don't know how to explain
Yeah.
it. It feels gummy. I haven't
Yep.
felt that with figuarts. Now, what has happened is they have put less paint
Mm-hmm.
on the figures for sure in terms of
They
shading.
stopped. They stopped that a while ago. Yep. That's been stopped a
Now,
while.
every
Yeah.
now and again, they will give us a figure out of nowhere, and it'll have paint. And it seems to be specifically with event exclusives where they say, I guess we'll put a whole bunch of paint on these.
Yep.
Um,
Yep.
That's what it seems to be where they're gonna put their paint. It seems going forward. Event exclusives. Oh yeah, we'll put some shading on those pants, on the gi or whatever. But let me not take up too much time because it's
Just
a
kind of.
whole bunch of all stuff to go through.
Yeah. I just want to touch quickly back on that, like the paint. Like I'm looking at the 360 view of Yamcha, and I mean, you could tell like the paint on his chest is just like bare bones as hell. You know, like there's no
Yep.
indents into the muscle areas to kind of show you those creases and exaggerate it a little bit. He just looks so like plain, you know.
Facts.
But to move on, so we won't be on this Yamcha forever. Let's quickly talk about Doctor Gero, and I mean, it's one of those releases, right, where it's like, okay, how many people actually like Doctor Gero? So of course they're gonna throw it up on Premium Bandai, so it won't be a waste of production.
I mean, to that though, I fall into the like I get it. Like certain figures, you're just looking at it as like, okay, if it's not all that popular, you just putting in production for those that ordered for that, and that's really it. So you don't just have them sitting on the shelf just
Mm,
wasted away, and you're just losing out on money. So that I understand, right? But at the same time, my whole take on it, I've told y'all this before. If it helped progress the story of the actual anime along,
mm,
I don't feel it should be a premium band.
I can feel that. It's,
Movie stuff, cool, 100% agree with. You can have that. I'm not gonna argue with you on that one. Even with all the fan favorites and all that. Hey, it's movie stuff. It is what it is. But the actual on TV anime, hey, I watched this episode and I wait for this episode, and this character showed up in this episode and was in it for however many episodes. Cool. my rule is like this: if you was in more than one episode, more than two, that if you're getting a figure, that figure should be a general release because that means you held some kind of prominent role in the anime to where you help move the story along. That's like just going back to Yamcha a little bit. Yamcha helped move the story along in several different ways, from Dragon Ball all the way up to now. Okay, we ain't got no P Bandai exclusive of you know regular Orange Geek Krillin. Why? Like even
True.
then, why did we get a battle clothes P Bandai Krillin? That shit would just been a regular release. That's just me personally. And that's how I feel about that. And Dr. Giro, I feel like it looks immaculate. It looks great. It looks again. They plucked him out the anime. That it looks fire. I can't wait. I'm a huge fan of the androids, like hands down. So that's a definite buy for me. But still, looking at it from an objective standpoint, not subjectively, it's just that should have been made available to everyone. Like because it's going to suck to I always hate that concept of okay, I'm going to be able to get this. Like with Android 19, you're going to get a Vegeta face with him. But if you don't get the Android 19, but you got the reissue of the Vegeta, okay, now what?
Right.
And I really feel like that's unfair. But the figure itself though is Android 20, Dr. Giro, fire. Like no ifs, ands, or buts about that. Like day one cop.
Definitely, definitely. What do you gotta say, Bombastic?
I was gonna segue us actually.
So,
Still staying in the Android era.
mm-hmm.
However, my man Cooler. I know this is old news. My man Metal Cooler. That's actually a figure I was highly anticipating. I couldn't wait till they dropped Metal Cooler.
You opening up old wounds, man. You have to have him go walk.
I just want to quickly say, as y'all already know, that price was ridiculous. I just wanted to briefly dispel certain things. I've heard that maybe it was the paint aspect to this figure that made it so expensive.
It's none of that.
I was willing to listen to that argument because I was like, oh, maybe it is. That would be a super reflective paint that they use. I can understand how something like that would be hard to make and put that onto a figure and then make sure that it doesn't whatever. But I'm not sure that that's the case. As my man Saiorus has told me, they've used paints like that in other action figure lines, and it's not as expensive as Metal Cooler.
Nope.
And this is Metal Cooler, unfortunately, is an army builder. So the fact that they had the audacity to Photoshop all those different
Oh man.
Man.
I was like, bro, you know damn well nobody's really, unless you some super duper big baller, who's gonna buy that many Metal Coolers, right?
Big facts. Big facts.
Unless you some super, you making like 400,000 a year, and you just got money to blow.
You know what? Would you both mind if I touched on this just for a little bit?
Oh, please go ahead, man.
All right, and y'all both know I've explained this to y'all. Okay, like this is my whole thing about Metal Cooler. It makes no sense that that figure is $120. It makes no sense, and it goes back to what I explained to my family that we on up here with right now. Right, they've been doing this for a while. When people like, it makes no sense to look at the currency conversion rates anymore. It makes no sense because they've been face value matching the prices from yen to the US dollar. So even though it says, oh, it's this much money in yen. So say like it says, 7,150 yen, you convert that over, it's only like $50 or something like that, right? But then you look at how much, and that's with taxes, and then you look at how much it costs without the taxes. You're like, oh, it's only 6,500 yen. That's only like $40 in American. But then when it actually comes out, it's like, wait a minute, it's $65. What just happened? They're face value matching these prices. They've been doing this for a while now, and I pointed this out to these gents a while ago, and even showed it to them, and they were like, oh snap, okay, yeah, that's actually happening. It's a thing. They're doing that with these prices. So it's like, don't even bother looking at the conversion rates anymore at this point, because you can go far back and see like, yo, they've been doing this a while.
Mm-hmm.
So you look at Metal Cooler, right? That was 12,100 yen. And now you look at the American price, it's $120. And me, I'm like this. It has no die cast. Don't First off, don't sit here and get hyped up. Oh, what it says, this kind of etching. It's no. Let me tell you something. This is a fact. This is a fact. This is no, oh, they forget to put in there. Whatever material is used to make any product, you have to list all of the items used to make said product because people can be allergic to said material. You
Mm-hmm.
have to put that in there to avoid any kind of lawsuit. Metal Cooler has no die-cast metal in him at all whatsoever. And I told y'all this. We had this conversation. That was my hugest gripe. There's no way that thing should be that should cost as much as a Saint Seiya figure that comes with die-cast metal, effect parts, and plastic, and more than just the bare bones of just the hands and a few faces. Like there's no way, like no way in hell. That makes absolutely no sense. Like you compare that to the Saint Seiya exclusive figure that they had just at New York, and look at Metal Cooler, night and day difference. Makes no sense why that thing is the same price as that gold version of Saint Seiya V3, and it comes with one regenerating arm, hands, some feet, and some faces. No die cast, no effect parts. The Saint Seiya came with effect parts, die cast, plastic, the box to put the armor in, the stand to put the pieces of the armor on, and a stand by itself, all for $125. How in the world is $120 justified for a Metal Cooler with none of those things? Makes no sense. But I'm gonna get off my soapbox. That's all I gotta say about that.
Uh, what I'll say is that entire argument really even like further enhances the whole Tamashii basically having a big grasp over this Dragon Ball in general to do whatever they want with.
Big
So
facts.
yeah, it's rough, and I know like we've all individually talked about it, in other social platforms and whatnot. My opinion definitely has changed like since it initially was revealed and whatnot. I'm more on the side of like, yeah, okay, we need to see a more budget friendly version of this character, because I mean, a lot of people said that they just flat out were going to skip it despite it being their favorite character, which is sad. Like, no one wants to skip out on a cool character that they admire, and throwing in the fact that this is the second form or variation of the same character that has also been premium Bandai. So it's like, you're turning a lot of people off already. If you're going to keep doing it like that, like I can already imagine, a lot of people just throwing this out there. If they threw out that base Broly with the Super Saiyan A-type hair and put it up there for near the same price, people are going to be pissed. I already know it. But moving on, did you guys want to start talking about the new legendary Super Saiyan Goku?
Absolutely. We're gonna go on that. We're gonna go to a happy note. Happy place. Happy place. Absolutely. It's gush time again. Happy place. Absolutely.
Hell yeah.
It might seem crazy, but what I'm about to say. But I'm a hot air balloon that can go to space. 'Cause I'm happy. All right.
All right.
Yes, that new Goku.
Yes, sir.
I can't say anything but good stuff about it. One thing I will say is that it went exactly how I said in terms of engineering. They're slowly closing up that gap in terms of the joint. I think the end goal for SHFiguarts Dragon Ball figures at this point is to look like a Storm Collectibles figure in terms of the crotch region. Soon, that space in between the leg and the crotch, where the joints connect,
Yeah.
that's gonna be a thing of the past. I think really the end goal is for them to look, like I said, like a Storm Collectibles figure. So when we get to an official 4.0, if we even still using those numbers now, or we get to a 5.0 figure, it'll just be that soft material in the crotch, and it won't be any gapping. And that's something that I think that's been bothered some people, is that, oh, it looks a little bit segmented in that crotch region, whether it's the 3.0 or the 2.0. So I think that's soon to be a thing in the past, especially since we had I wish I knew the gentleman's name, say that with each figure it's no set body mold. We're just gonna
Oh
try
yeah.
to keep on improving it, and that's
Yeah.
something that we've seen in real time, specifically with the 3.0. Because I was wondering, and damn, I don't want to segue the topic, but I'm gonna briefly touch on it very quickly, if you gentlemen don't mind.
All
Um,
good.
Shoot.
I was wondering why they keep on changing the 3.0 legs. Like we had the Ultimate Gohan legs, right? We had the
Yep.
Ultimate Gohan and Super Saiyan 4 legs, and then we got Future Trunks and Orange Piccolo legs. I was like, okay. And then we got these new Goku legs that's on the, of course, let Goku the legendary Super Saiyan, of course, not Broly, of course, people, but got those legs, and I was like, why do they keep on changing the mold for the legs? And one, it lines up with what the gentleman said. I wish I could remember knew his name,
We
but
don't know.
he's basically like one of the main people that when you go on the Instagram, he's always talking. He's a white guy. He always seems to be super enthusiastic. Um, it goes into what they said that they're slowly just trying to just improve. And
Hmm.
I think that was jarring because for the 2.0 era, we didn't really have that. It was kind of like, oh, we're just sticking with the 2.0 mode. And my theory behind it, and Sai was, when I told him, he was like, that could be true. Very briefly touching on a third party, I think it's because third party is copying them. So in order to distinguish themselves from third party, they're actually, I think third party to some extent is, and this is just a theory, is kind of pushing them to distinguish themselves from third party. Because
Agreed.
now,
True.
like, we've had how many different types of 3.0 legs, like I said. And why are they
Agreed.
changing it so often when they didn't do this with the 2.0?
Because boy, what we see what third party doing, fool, wait till we get to that part.
Ooh, some good
Man.
stuff. Some amazing stuff, man.
Yes, sir.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
that
man,
that
anybody can pick it up from there.
but yeah, that Goku is the bee's knees, like for real, yo. Like it's with that, yo, like we know now that hey, if you are skeptical of it, I'm gonna let you know right now. We are telling you this. Full power freezers are coming. That boy
Yep.
is coming.
Skepticism,
That
real quick.
what's up?
People are worried that it's not accurate to the source material. And I just want to say, I think Tamashii takes some creative liberties where they use a more modern art style instead of that exact Frieza Saga art style where the hair was more fluffy and it didn't have all that extra definition. That's all I wanted to say because I've seen that gripe on Instagram.
True. But to that I say like a lot of people need to look at specific panels in the manga. Go look at specific panels in the manga because if you actually look at that and go back and look at the manga, you'll see what panels they took those liberties from. And you're like, okay, I see which one they're going with. I see which one they're doing. It makes sense. A lot of people, they don't even read the Dragon Ball manga. They just watch the anime. A lot of people don't. They
Right.
don't even, pay attention to it. So it's like they're not just pulling from the anime. People have to realize that they're also pulling from the manga. We see that with a great example. We're gonna touch on that, a little later. The event exclusive for San Diego Comic Con. We got Raditz, who's based off of the manga colors. So it's like stuff like that. That's what they're doing. So that's just touch on that a little bit. But people need to see what they're doing. Like that's just like I've always said. Which they kind of stole my thunder with the fact that all the figures fell over pose, so I can't tell who they're hinting at next. Y'all know how I do. But yeah, I digress. With that tells you what they're going for and what route they're taking when it comes to these figures. So this Goku is more or less they've taken more so from the manga and scenes in the anime that accurately depicted the manga scene itself, and it's like, all right, cool, bang, this is what we going with, and this is the look that we're going for. So don't let that hinder you from like, oh no, I'm not gonna get it because it don't look like the anime or because it don't look like this. Hey, I'm gonna let you know this right now. Get this while you can, while it's being dropped, and like, yo, appreciate that because now they're like, hey, it's not just them. Again, like we said, once we get to the third party, hey, a lot more is being done when they see these things getting bought. So it's like,
Yep.
oh, makes sense. I'm with it. But this Goku though, yo, this I have been, yeah. How long? Hey, all three of us. How long have we been praying to the toy figure gods for this Goku, yo.
Forever,
Like,
bro.
Yo,
Forever.
like, yo, it's been forever. So it's like, hey, with this, we know for a fact that 100% full power Frieza is a coming. That dude is definitely coming. And just so y'all notice, I'm gonna say this right now. We said this in our last one. If he coming with some special effects, that boy probably gonna be a P Bandai.
Listen,
Yeah.
I just need them to give me these things, or I need the what's it called, the Death Saucer, or whatever the move is called. We need that. I need replacement parts like they gave Proud Namek and Piccolo, except for I need it to be on Frieza's waist and his arm that gets cut off, and then
Absolutely.
I need that figure to be like able to look good if you take off the legs and stuff. Like it has to work. You know what I mean? Like you got to capture that moment of "you fool." Otherwise,
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely, 100% agree. But like, yo, all of us, we're all hyped for this figure. Like, I have to keep it a buck. That was like a renewed invigoration back into this line because everybody was Goku fatigued. Everybody has been Goku fatigued.
Yep.
This has been the for official line, I should say, the last Goku that has been shown where everybody was like uber hyped for, and it was like, yo, this is fire. This looks amazing. I cannot wait to get this. This is sick. And that's a good thing. That's what you want to do, right? That's how you want to keep your fan base and your fandom more and more invested into your line. And this right here was a fantastic move. And the thing that was dope about it, which I love, you know, because the gen to tell you, I like to be like caught off guard and wrong sometimes because sometimes it starts to get boring when I can figure this stuff out way too easy.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody knew this was coming.
Facts. Like to be honest with you, I thought I was gonna have to use the Toto body from Jujutsu Kaisen to make a full power Super Saiyan Goku or even Kaioken Goku. Like I was glad when they showed this, man.
Hey, no joke. I'm not even gonna lie, yo. I bought 2 Fei Longs and I was gonna use his torso and I was gonna make my own Goku like this. Like straight up, yo. And now here it is. This is a thing now, and it was like, yo, that's what's up. Like, all right, cool. So now we all know, like, hey, sometimes even myself, we just got to be a little patient to see what they got cooking, you know, behind closed doors that they keeping silent. And it's like, yo, good things come to those who wait. So, highly advise you jump on this figure. You know, while it's at retail price, absolutely. And I promise you, yeah, it's gonna be on point. It's gonna be legit.
I will add one more thing before we. I don't. Did we let Bomb talk? Bomb, did you talk?
A little bit in the beginning.
Okay.
One thing I will say is this: as I've said in my video when they first revealed this, what this tells us is that they are not afraid to double dip in terms of figures.
100%. Yep.
When they announced that World Tour exclusive half torn shirt Goku that we knew as the Warrior Awakening Goku. I was like, all right, so the possibility for the fully shirtless buff Goku was out of the picture. And even in the last podcast, I think, you know, Sai was, you know, talking about how his shoulder was so big that he had trouble walking through the door. But now we have the figure. And so what this tells me is that you never know what could happen. Like, for example, they gave us the full power Super Saiyan Goku, right? At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if they did a 3.0 variation to that Goku. Now, I'm not saying that that's going to happen, but because they're not afraid to double dip and say, hey, you know what, we're going to double back and do this.
Well, we know we all getting the 3. We know we getting the 3.0 Goku.
Well, the only 3.0 Gokus I expect from this point on, and not to extend this for too long so we can move on to the next thing, is Yardrat Goku and Battle Clothes Goku from when he went into the time chamber.
Big fan.
The only 3.0 I expect. Okay, of course, an Angel Goku when he had the wing and stuff, but I'm not gonna. That's a non-factor right now. Non-factor. Main things: Yardrat Goku, Battle Clothes Goku. Those both are what I expect in terms of the Android Cell Saga stuff. But let's move forward.
All right, so what we got next on the list is talking about this re-release vote. I guess the 15th Annie for Tamashii Nations vote that they had to bring back one Dragon Ball character, one Marvel character, and one Kamen Rider character, I think it was. The results were not, personally, they were not favorable for me because I felt like we're going to get new versions of them eventually anyway. Let's get something that's not going to see the light of day probably ever until they get back to it like 5 years from now. But, everybody loves Vegeta, which is a good thing. And everybody likes Goku Black. And out of those three, we got, from Saiyan Saga to Goku Black to the DBS Broly Vegeta, we got the DBS Broly Vegeta returning. And honestly, I mean, I'm happy for those that want it, but I was expecting them to at least like change or update the faceplate to the hair a little bit, but they didn't do any of that. So, I mean, it really is just like, a re-release if you want it. You know what I mean? It's premium Bandai though. So
I'll just say this.
Yeah.
I don't expect. So in terms of my thoughts on the voting process, or not the voting process, in terms of the results and that whole voting thing. First of all, I don't think the candidates for who we had to vote from were the best.
True.
Nope.
There's a lot of figures that shouldn't have been on that list.
Those reissued figures for sure that didn't need to be up there.
Facts. Like, why was Super Boo up there again? Super Boo shouldn't have been there. It was just re-released.
Super Boo had just been re-released, so I don't even understand why he was on the list. But
Hey, let me tell you my theory on that. I ain't gonna front. I really think it was like, there's like, oh, hey, we still got some more in the back. Let's try to get these out of here. Put these up on the list. That's really what it felt like to me. I'm gonna be honest, because it's just like, you just reissued several of these. Like, literally, I can go on any website right now that I buy figures from and still get it at retail price. How and why do you have this up on this poll? Hey, man, we got to get rid of these extras we got in the back. that's just me, but hey, man, you got it.
In terms of the choice, I have to agree with Burst. For all the people that didn't get it and wanted it, I'm happy that you're able to get it.
Agreed.
One thing I will say about Vegeta is that the next time we see another Super Saiyan God / Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, it's gonna blow this one out the water for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with the potential of the anime coming back. Now, I don't know any official sources that know for sure, but you know the anime has to come back eventually. And once the anime comes back, we're going to see a lot of updates to some Dragon Ball Super characters that were kind of either stuck on the 1.0 or just only have a 2.0. An example, Super Saiyan Blue Goku, we're surely going to get an update of him. Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, Super Saiyan Blue Evolution Vegeta, Beerus, Whis. All those characters are going to get much updated molds. It's going to be like a quantum leap when they finally get updates, because it's just going to have been so long since we had a new figure of them. So it's going to be seen like the best thing since sliced bread. In terms of the votes, I'm happy y'all got them. I wasn't too thrilled about it. I already had the figure myself. This was before they had Premium Bandai. They had the web exclusives, if y'all know about that. Before the Premium Bandai, it was web exclusives. And, of course, the Premium Bandai said, yeah, we gonna be the web exclusive.
Yeah.
Pass it
on. Yet another reissue. If you didn't get it, there's your chance to get it. Yeah. That's all I really got to say on it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a lot to say about it. It's just like, yeah, it happened. It's probably just gonna fade under the radar. And I mean, it'll be the same thing. People are gonna say, oh, well, I didn't get this Vegeta. I need it now. And I mean, let's be honest I'm just gonna be honest. Like, Dem and I go fit, and we'll get into them later. But they have them old to do this whenever they want to. So whenever they feel like they can actually release something again that's new, they can easily just say, oh, we're just going to repaint the Vegeta armor we got that we've already built a prototype for. And, yeah, there you go. And throw in an aura and a new updated hair sculpt, or the same hair sculpt if they want to, with maybe some better eyes and stuff like that. And there you go. You got one for $40 instead of $70. So it can happen at any time. They love to undercut Tamashii whenever they feel like they can. Yeah, that's it about it. It comes with a nice stand though. If you really want the stand is decent looking. But that's pretty much it about this Vegeta. And the price is a lot of people's problems. It's $70. But yeah, with that, I think we can throw this Vegeta away, and we can talk about the SDCCEs.
Yeah.
So which one do you guys want to tackle first? The Majin Vegeta, the first real double pack in my opinion, or the Raditz with the second hand kind of double pack with a non-articulated figure?
Can we tackle the Majin Vegeta? Can we tackle the Majin Vegeta?
Yes.
All right, let's do it.
Can we tackle that, the Majin Vegeta?
Yep, I'm good with that.
Reason why I'm saying that, okay? Because this falls into play with somebody else on a third-party scale. Those Tonsonar head sculpts that are coming out from Majin Vegeta.
Yep.
Now, I'm gonna tell you right now. Yeah, it's nice they gave him the glowing hair, the translucent hair, all this and that. But, in the words of my man Bomb, those Tonsonar head sculpts, I'm sorry, they gonna come in clutch. They gonna come in clutch because right on time for this, and it's like, yo, this is going to be, as far as a 2.0 body, the definitive Majin Vegeta. The combination of this body with that deco and the Tonsonar head sculpts that's coming out. That's gonna be our definitive Majin Vegeta, the combination of the two, because the deco that they have on this looks dope. It's like it actually looks anime accurate. It's vibrant like how it's supposed to be. Cool. It's the blue like how it's supposed to be. Got it. Plus you get an aura effect with the lightning that they took from Super Saiyan 2 Goku at the last SDCC. Bet. Take it. And now you got one that's like, it looks appropriate. Like even with the faces, the updated faces that they did with this, I'm sorry, let's keep it a beam. The Tonsonar head sculpts, they still bury and blow these out of the water tenfold. That's just keeping it honest. So it's like, yo, if get your hands on it, yeah, it's $70. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Expect it to be $70, just like that Goku was. Expect it. And you got the Tonsonar head sculpts on deck. You got that pre-order on deck. Hey, you winning like swimwear. You winning. It is what it is. You got this.
I'll throw in there really quick. We have no idea if these are even going to go up on Premium Bandai. Now, along the way in that stream from Bandai Toys and Collectibles on YouTube the other day, I think somebody mentioned in there, like, it's an event exclusive, like, for the event, right? Like, so it's kind of ambiguous if it's going to be on Premium Bandai. But last year, they literally announced that it was going up the last day of the event, like 2 or 3 hours before it went up. So you're going to have to be on the edge of your seat waiting for that kind of announcement again. And it may suck, but continuously asking them is not going to get the answer. I'm just going to tell you that right now.
Big facts.
One thing I will say about this figure is that, like I told y'all, if y'all watch my video on the Buu Saga stuff, as Saiorus said about the Super Saiyan God Vegeta, man, that's how I feel about this figure. Because I know we're going to get a much better one in what? 3 years? 2 years?
Yeah.
We're going to get a much better one. So
if you go by in terms of third party, it might be sooner than that. I'm just saying.
True.
Third party, it'll be sooner than that. But if you're a person that's like, yo, I don't mess with third party like that, it'll be like 2 or 3 years. So by the time we finish the Cell Saga, you know, you can really start gearing up for your brand new Majin Vegeta.
Hashtag Kid Buu when.
I can't see them updated body for him.
Hashtag Kid Buu when in the comments.
Kid Buu, like, hashtag Buu Tanks in the comments. That's my guy.
You know what? Can I say something on that one? Just so we get people on the right track, okay? Just so we get people on the right track. Just because they're doing this reissue of Majin Vegeta does not mean that, oh, they're about to do a whole bunch of Buu Saga stuff. No, that is not the case. Do not think that. Like these gents pointed out earlier, we know that they will double dip. They don't have any qualms of double dipping. So just because they're doing this reissue of these figures, think about it. This is just for the cons. This is just for SDCC. So don't think or get your hopes up like, oh, we're gonna see Kid Buu soon. No, we're not. Calm down, pump your brakes, breathe. They're just doing it for the cons. Okay?
In fact, we don't even have perfect cell yet, so don't even think about
Exactly.
ooh,
Man, we don't even have semi-perfect
cell.
cell yet. But let's talk about one of these other ones. One of these other EEs. Let's talk about Raditz and Gohan. Raditz and Kid Gohan.
Go ahead and get it.
So I mean, it's got the manga colors. You know, for anybody that's more interested in manga colors of stuff, I know that there are dedicated collectors just for that side. It definitely is a little bit, more vibrant. I do like the Kid Gohan, but I don't like that he's non-articulated. I feel like they gave you a articulated Dende for the Porunga and Dende thing at the very least. You could just make Kid Gohan articulated. I think he does come with 2 faceplates, if I looked at that right. One for a yelling expression and one one yelling or gritting teeth, and then one's like the impact when he actually hits Raditz in his armor. And I mean, overall, it's pretty cool. I'll preface this by saying we don't really know how these prices are gonna convert over, right? So like the prices on Tamashii Nation's website could not even be the prices that they have at the event.
One thing I will say about this, for sure, is that as I said in my collab with Kai's World, this is kind of groundbreaking with the Raditz because first of all, I didn't even get the figure, so I'm super hyped that they're re-releasing it. But second of all, as I said in that video, I think this is the first time that they're re-releasing a premium Bandai exclusive.
Oh yeah,
it's awesome. Now the thing about that is, I've heard there was one gentleman, I forgot his name is escaping me right now. He was like, "Well, actually, they did Goku Black," and I was like, "Well, Goku Black was a web exclusive. That was before they had premium Bandai. Same thing, Super Saiyan God Goku. That was a web exclusive before they had premium Bandai. So those technically do not count."
True. And to be fair, to go along with what you said with Goku Black, you look at it, it was way different. It wasn't the same release. It didn't come with all the same accessories as it did the last time.
So them re-releasing a premium Bandai is awesome. This opens up all types of possibilities for stuff.
Ginyu Force.
Yeah, that's Ginyu Force. I know not everybody's the biggest fan of the Ginyu Force, but those figures were legit from what I've seen. Those figures were the real deal. They were legit. Raccoon, Berta, Jay, sorry. My mom was blanking on the name.
Goldo.
I know people were upset that it wasn't articulated, but
it's Goldo, bro. Oh my. It's Goldo, bro. No one cares about Goldo.
They barely cared about him in the show. Matter of fact. So, I think this is an excellent re-release. Now, of course,
Absolutely.
It's an exclusive, so we could complain about that. In fact, just briefly touching on the Yamcha thing, some people would say, well, at the very least, now I don't have to pay aftermarket prices anymore because it's being released here, and I guess that's a fair enough argument. But at the same time, you may have to pay aftermarket prices. I'll just give a brief example. That World Tour exclusive Goku, paid a whole bunch of money for it, but because of the new awesome Goku that we're gonna get, he basically is the same price as the Warrior Awakening Goku, from what I've seen in in a lot of cases. I'm not gonna say all, but in a lot of cases. So at that point, you might as well just say, yo, if I had reservations, might as well get the Warrior Awakening Goku, because that's the paint scheme that a lot of people prefer. But yeah, I digressed a lot. Yeah, excellent re-release. That's all I have to say about that.
100% agree, absolutely, bruh, y'all know I've been asking for a Raditz reissue for how long now?
forever.
I need this. I need this because for me, right? I like to, do my own little customs on my own. And if, everyone has been complaining about Brawly's base form, his height. Oh, that's too big. He's not supposed to be that tall in his base form. And that's true. Brawly's base form, he's like Raditz height. He's like Raditz height, like straight up and down. And Raditz still towers over Goku. We've seen that. So I'm getting I'm gonna get it. I get a chance to get it, like for sure, and that's gonna work right into being my base form Brawly body. I'm gonna figure it out, make some things happen, make some stuff shape, and best believe that's what it's gonna be. But the fact that it's also coming with, even though it's static, that Gohan, absolutely, like yes, that's dope. That's sick. That's dope. And they're going based off of, again, like I pointed out earlier, the manga colors. I can't ask for anything more. Like that. That is going to be a great addition. Like your boy has to pick up two of those. Like for sure, for sure.
Yep.
Definitely gonna be happy. Everyone's gonna be happy getting that. Like that. This is one of the ones that we were saying before should have been on that poll to vote for. That should have been up there. But
Yep.
now we see why he wasn't, because they was like, "Hey, we got y'all." So I'm happy about this. I can't wait.
For sure. And now we got our last one here. We got this
Yep.
the real deal double pack, the Super Saiyan 2 Gohan with the Ghost Goku, father son Kamehameha. Listen, this thing like just blew me out the water when I like initially started seeing the pictures, the box, and I was like, "Yo, are they really about to do this?" Because this has like big things for the future, like especially in price point wise. All right, because if they treat this release, even though it's an event exclusive, even if they just mark it at $70 and you're getting two full figures plus hands plus faces and an effect piece, then you have to really like reanalyze everything as a whole. Like there's a lot of stuff that they can be doing for the future. That Lemo and Chilai, Goten and Trunks, you know,
Big fact.
hell, they could throw in a GT Pan, Kid Goku, and Trunks all in one in a triple pack if they wanted to, because they're all small. And it's just like there's so much for the future that they could do just alone with the idea of double packs. So I'm hyped for that. And I mean, even just talking about the figure, back to what Bomb was saying earlier, like, yeah, they definitely added some purple hues and shading to the Gohan. I don't know if anybody really cares about the hair, because it seems like nobody likes this pearl scenty bright hair. And I don't know why Tamashii like wants to keep doing it, but I mean, people buy it, but not necessarily just because of the hair. Maybe they're kind of not reading between the lines, but I'd like to see them go back to that pale blonde Super Saiyan color eventually. What about y'all?
Oh, I agree. I agree, because it's like it doesn't, like, in certain instances it worked. That's how I personally feel about it, right? Like certain, like, if you're gonna do it like at the right time. Like not just, have whatever you're going to do it with depict that moment. Like again with Cooler, right? That's how he was. That's how they did in that movie. They had that pearlescent glow, that golden glow, and it was like, okay, makes sense. I get it. I'm for it. I'm with it. Cool. But still, pick that instance of it to where you're like, it fits. I'm recreating this scene. This is what you're dropping it with. That's perfect. I'll take it. I'm with it. But for like all of them, it's just like, nah. Everybody don't need that. Like, great example. The DBS Broly that released with the yellow hair, yo, Super Saiyan, that was like spot on. I love that. I was like, yes, you look beautiful. I'm for it. I'm with it all day. They need to do more of you like that. It needs to go back to that. Or like how they did the Awakening Goku and had him mirror the cover for the first Broly movie, where you had the orange and yellow accents in his hair, and it was
Right.
like, oh, okay, that was sick. That was dope. So they need to like better pick and choose when they're gonna do that. That's how I feel about it.
I agree. Yeah, because it's definitely all over the place. Like originally, you thought Pearl Scent would be just like EEs, and then they started doing it
Yeah,
for general releases, like
yeah,
the
yeah.
Vegeta that came out. And thankfully, Tonson Toys delivered, and we got those head sculpts out because, quite frankly, I'm not a fan of the glowing hair like that unless it works like with an aura effect. You know what I mean? It looks really weird standing out of place in a scene, for photos and stuff like that. But that's just me personally. What about you, Bomb?
Oh, I'm gonna be the bad cop. Yo, even in real life, I played a bad cop in certain, just being devil's advocate or whatever. But I am happy for these. This is, I think, another excellent re-release because this is something that people have been wanting for a while.
Yep.
Now, one thing I want to make people privy to is that this figure originally was always on a 2.0. So they're just repainting another 2.0. Where am I going with this? The 1.0 Super Saiyan 2 Gohan that's not have his shirt torn off. Best believe that's getting an upgrade.
Oh, for sure.
Upgrade. That's what I mean. Hair sculpt upgrade, body mold upgrade. Best believe that's coming.
Oh yeah, you know that for sure.
Will they double dip with this?
Yup.
That's that's touch and go. We'll see. I'm not gonna give you a complete answer on that, but in terms of having the Goku that's in spirit form and having him come with the Gohan, oh, excellent re-release. Now the only thing, my biggest gripe with this re-release is that they should have fixed the ankle rocker on him. But to not fix the ankle rocker on him goes back to my point of, will they double dip and give us towards the end of when they almost done with the Cell Saga stuff, will they give us another battle damage Gohan that's on a 3.0 mold, 3.5 mold as some people would say, or 4.0 mold, whatever they want to call it? Will they give us the battle damage Gohan on whatever the most updated mold is what I'm getting at.
I'll be honest with you. I think that there's a chance for 2 new Gohans. I think that they can do the first one, utilizing, having him with the Piccolo. I forget what it's called. Like I don't want to call them football pads, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, weights with the weights.
The weights. So they can do one like that. And I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you, the superhero Gohan cape just sucks. So if they do that again, I'm gonna be kind of mad. But hopefully they do one a little bit better, for that size, and they could add the base head in there and maybe the Super Saiyan head if they want to. And then for the Super Saiyan 2 one, they can do a dedicated like Super Saiyan 2 with different bangs as well as a lot more expression pieces and maybe an effect piece similar to the Goku, because I think that one's going to be a general release if it comes. You know what I mean? There's no reason to make a character like the Kid Gohan in Super Saiyan 2 from that moment as a premium Bandai when they know that Gohan's popularity just continues to soar even after the superhero movie.
Agreed. Like me, I think like along the lines of what Burst just said. Yeah, I could see them doing. All right, they'll do one with the weighted cape. We'll give that one that have base head and everything now, and the Super Saiyan hair. Now, what I think they'll do is how they'll double dip with it. They'll do the same thing that they did with Ultimate Gohan from the superhero movie and retool the body and give you the damage version, but it'll be at the end of the episode where he first went Super Saiyan 2 and have that look, that style of the hair, that art style of the face, like, because everyone knows that moment, it's iconic. It's the bee's knees. Like, it is what it is. And that art style, because let's keep it a beam, right? We can all be honest about this. When he went Super Saiyan 2 in that instance, that was like the best drawn pick of him in general as Super Saiyan 2. The rest of the episodes after that, it was hit and miss.
Yeah, it was hit and miss. All right, you said it right.
Yeah,
it was very hit and miss. There was some scenes where he was like, "Ooh," and those other scenes
what is going on here? What just happened? So it was hit and miss. So it was like, yo, I really think they're gonna do it that way because I mean, you think about it, right? They do it like that, he'll have the little bruise on his forehead when Cell popped him in his dome. You know what I'm saying? Like all that stuff, and have the tears, floating up from when he finally transformed and all that. Now, if they can get real creative and do all that stuff, and that would be it, and that would be dope. And realistically, all they have to do is just drop him with the aura effect, and you in there like swimwear. That's it. You done. Like who's gonna be mad at that? You gonna be hyped. Everybody gonna want that.
Also, whenever we do get that Super Saiyan 2 Gohan, you know what opens up the door for the BoJack movie to get.
Hey, don't do it. Don't do it.
He's not lying. He's not
Hey.
lying.
I know. We've had this discussion, all of us. Oh yes, it's a. We know that's gonna be a thing. We know that's coming. We know that's gonna be a thing. Like for sure. Hey man, like the only reason why I'm saying don't do it is because I know Burst is my man. He like to keep it on a tight schedule. I know he wants to do that. Like,
we already over the schedule, bro. We just talking.
Yeah,
but, I
like
think
that movie for sure. Go ahead, man.
Hey, the BoJack movie, it's gonna be a good time. All right, we're gonna get an official BoJack outfit trunks. All right, we're gonna get the Gohan. We're gonna get both versions of BoJack, a Zanya figure, bro. Like, if they really wanted to. Oh, go ahead.
I said some people believe that they won't even bother with BoJack. I've seen that comment.
Listen, they're going to do everything that is major. And the fact that they put him on that the survey, yeah, there you go, thank you.
Yeah.
The survey last year, along with, I think it was PyCon, Tapion, all of them. Like, everything from the movies, I think, is going to get made. It's got a fair chance. If Turles can get made, of all things, the original Goku Black, I think that BoJack... has a fair chance for both forms at that. And I mean, Broly is a given. Like, I'm not even gonna worry about that because he'll come in his own time. But the real thing I'm waiting for personally will always be Janemba and Super Gogeta. That's mine that I'm waiting for the movies.
For sure, definitely.
Both versions, because I know that just to give you guys a heads up, my prediction. I think they'll give us the first Legendary Super Saiyan movie, Broly, and then in the Buu Saga, they're going to give us the hair that he had in that movie, and then of course he's going to be slightly more battle damaged.
Oh yeah, of course.
Regular Super Saiyan, of course. Now in terms of the Brolic form, the buff form, that's touch and go. They could seriously just re-release the old buff form. Will they do it? I don't know. They could also just do a complete, resculpt. That's what I would like. Specifically, as you've heard, the Dragon Ball Fighters model. Use that as a reference. That's the best rendition of Broly, in my opinion, in terms of aesthetic.
And to touch on that, to piggyback off of that real quick, the Super Saiyan 2 Gohan at the release can also be based off of the Dragon Ball Fighters render as well. So that's two figures off the rip that they can do, because if you really look closely, if you're paying attention, because we put this out the last episode, right? That Trunks release, definitely based off the Fighters render. Definitely based off the Fighters model. Like, there's a reason why he has two bangs. You put that second bang on, you look at the Fighters render, you're like, oh snap, okay, there it is. Because even a lot of people were saying it as they showed it off. They were like, hey, it's not completely true to the anime, or it's not completely accurate to the manga. That's because it's completely true to the Fighters model. You look at the Fighters model, there you go. That's where they got that from. So be on the lookout for that. Notice those small little subtle differences.
For sure. With that, though, I think it's time to finally take this podcast into the third party route.
Buddy.
Now we got to talk quickly about these Kong Studio Super Saiyan 3 series boxes for Goku and Vegito, and then we'll get into looking at the actual figures and kind of talking about those updates. So put the boxes on screen, and I mean, they're boxes. They're not anything too crazy, so I mean, we'll kind of move past this pretty quick. But we've got the Kong Studios 21 through, I believe, 27, I think 27 or 29. There's a good deal of them. Okay, there's 4 figures in total, just from the base set, and then I believe that there's 2 figures for the special version, which is the Super Saiyan 3 Heroes Vegito, and then you got the Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan Blue Kaioken Goku. Such a mouthful, man. Oh my god.
Yeah.
But yeah, the boxes are nothing too crazy. They just kind of throw 3.0 all over the place, like we don't know it's 3.0 already, you know. And then some Dokkan art and some maybe Legends art on here, and then that's about it. So they're not window boxes either, which I see some people in the comments asking for, but I don't see them doing it anytime soon. Yeah, moving on. Let me pull up some of the actual figures so we can talk about them.
Man.
In the meantime, I'll let Bomb and Sai kind of talk in the background while I pull this stuff up.
These figures, I just want to say, first thing first, when it comes to these figures, some people might be having a question in their head. Can I still get these figures? Is it possible? Yes, it's still possible. When do they drop? I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna leave that to Sai because I'm actually not too sure. I feel like it should be relatively soon, like next few weeks soon.
Yes.
But I don't know that to be true. But what I will say is this. Regardless of how you feel about it, I know some people don't like the fact that Kong makes it so that you have to pre-order and you can't just wait and see. Because I know some people, reasonably so, but I also understand the other side. Some people like to wait and see. They don't want to just buy the product and then, man, I'm not happy with it. But I will say this, as I said in my last video that I dropped, for the last couple times y'all waited and saw, and what happened? Y'all wanted it, right? So moving forward, when it comes to these pre-orders, especially with some of the heavy-hitting pre-orders we have coming down the line,
big facts.
You're gonna want to pre-order some of these, even if you're like, oh, I don't like the way they do their business or what have you. I mean, that's the way it is. If you want it. Now, if you're a person that's like, I'm not into fan fiction like that. I'm not into Dragon Ball that heavily to be into the fan fiction. That's fair enough. These Super Saiyan 3 figures look awesome. What can I say? I'm happy to see them on a 3.0 mold. I think even beyond the 3.0 mold, these could, especially with certain third parties, you can start to, if you don't want to use the Super Saiyan 3 head sculpts, I'm pretty sure somebody's going to start making base Goku head sculpts, regular Super Saiyan head sculpts. People are going to be swapping out necks and trying to put the Super Saiyan 2 head on these bodies. It's the possibilities are, there's so many possibilities with these new body molds. But of course, the special versions, you're going to have to move quick on them. Oh yeah, what I was going to say about buying them is when they finally when you finally see that they're shipping out stuff, we're going to have to check this site of 5K Toys very often, because they'll probably briefly be up there, but you got to consider everybody's trying to get these figures, everybody that missed out on a pre-order. So it's going to be very, very touch and go. You're going to have to, like, I'm not going to lie to y'all, I'm not even going to bother to try to get all the figures. Now I have gotten pre-ordered some of them, but my main focus is going to be the special edition one.
Mm-hmm.
The special edition Vegito or the Goku?
Both,
for sure. Yeah, they look really, really good. Like, I'll be honest, I'm gonna get the Kong 26 and 25, Vegito and Goku, but I just wish that they didn't do Super Saiyan 3 for the Vegito. But I mean, I'll find some way to get a regular head for him eventually. But that Goku though, man, that Goku is crazy. Like, if I can somehow either get the pegs to change, I'm gonna put one of those old Kaioken Super Saiyan Blue Goku heads I have on it, and it's gonna look fire.
Absolutely. Hey, Burst. I got you on that Vegito head. Don't worry about it.
Oh shit. Okay.
Hey, y'all know I always got some stuff going in the background. So, hey, look, real talk. Like these, I'm gonna say something controversial. I already know it. Be mad at me, blast me in the comments, hate me if you want to. It's okay. I'm sorry, but this is going for right now. That Goku is gonna be the definitive Super Saiyan 3 Goku. I'm sorry. That's just my opinion. They plucked that man out the anime. That is the Dragon Fist movie that I watched. That's that Goku. That is him. All day, every day. Those look immaculate. I'm getting all of them. That's just me. I'm getting all of them. I got plans for all of them. I'm getting all of them straight up and down. Cause it's like, again, hey, we just got a reissue of the official Super Saiyan 3 Goku, and even then, I said, hey, yo, it looks off. I call it the banana locks. That's just me. That's what I call it. Oh, we had Demon Aqua Fit. They issued their Golden Storm finally after like almost 2 years. All right, cool. Yes, the faces look way better than the official. Will not deny that. They do. They look way better, right? But then, I'm sorry, you look at this 3.0 Kong one, night and day difference. It's like, yeah, that's that Goku that I wanted when I was a kid and I first saw that movie. That's the Goku figure that I wanted. And absolutely, like, if you sitting here saying, oh, they look off, whatever, I'm sorry, that's cap. That's cap. These look great. These look very, very good. They're very well done. And they've shown videos, how sturdy they are, articulation wise. Nothing's flimsy, none of that. I'm all for it. I'm in there like swimwear. Like I said, I'm getting all of them. And we say this to y'all all the time. Hey, social media, follow 5K Toys, Facebook, Instagram, all that stuff. Watch these gents' channels so you can stay up to date on all that stuff. I'm always posting stuff in the Facebook group, so everyone can stay up to date. Because again, we do this for our love of the hobby. That's just being honest. That's why we do this, right? And we want y'all to stay up to date on this stuff, just like we want to stay up to date. Because we know what it's like to miss out on stuff, and we're like, oh, what the hell? I didn't know about that. Like, dang. So, we're doing our due diligence, keeping our eyes and ears to the ground to make sure, hey, everybody gets this information as soon as we get the information. And, hey, sometimes you miss it, you don't see it. Hey, you get some downtime, take some time to, hey, go check these lads' channels. Go check these gents' channels, their YouTube channels. Watch it. Hey, go check 5K Toys out on Instagram and Facebook. Check that third-party SHF Dragon Ball Facebook group that 5K Toys made to get all the info. Like, always, stuff has always been posted up there in these things about this stuff. So as of right now, I'm letting you know, these pre-orders for these have come and gone. And 5K Toys already said they will have some in stock the day of release. Now, the day of release for these, you can expect it to be like mid July. Like, they're releasing like mid July. Like, that's a fact. I'm letting you know this right now. So like, you can expect to start seeing shipments or emails coming for that second payment notice to come in, more than likely rolling around what? Let me see. It's the 3rd now. So like, expect like it's Monday now, realistically looking at it my time. So start seeing like around like the 10th or so. Around there, start expecting seeing the stuff, these emails to come around that time frame, maybe the 7th, the earliest. Start expecting to see that kind of stuff. So be on the lookout. Check your emails. Once you get it, hey, that hype train has left the station. It's time to get it in. So definitely look forward to these. These look really, really good. And I'm gonna say this to y'all: if they're not up to par once we get them in hand, best believe I'm gonna put it on. I'm gonna put it on full blast. Ain't gonna be fronting. Hey, it's trash. I'm gonna say it. Call it a day. Keep it a bean. Just like I said about the official trunks. I like to be honest, and that's what I'm going to be, as I always am. But highly looking forward to these. And what else they have next right after these.
And kind of segueing into that, we can talk about the Time Breaker Rose Goku Black, since we actually just finally got the pre-order announcement date. So that one, I think you guys are going to need to really make sure you're following 5K Toys, because I think they already put the time too that it's going to happen, but you never know.
July 14.
So here it is. I'll kind of briefly summarize it. So the full price for each figure is going to be $59.99. Now, a lot of you were worried it was going to be overpriced, but they kind of clarified earlier on in that other post of why those Super Saiyan 5s initially were increased in price. Now, they feel justified in raising the price because, this is after stock, after the fact, when we don't know if they may have found random stock, if they actually found it, or if they were just hoarding it, to sell later. I don't know. We can't make a true opinion on that because we don't know. But yeah, the price is going to be $59.99. The accessory kit, and I'll briefly kind of show pictures of that here, is going to have, it looks like, 3 different kind of key effect parts, 1 blade, one of that pulling effect for, I think, the initial scythe, and then a blast effect that goes on his finger. There may be more. We don't know. I think they're going to do the base head as well, but they're still fine-tuning it, so we really don't know what the end result of that will be. But they did say it was going to be $29.99. Now, each of these is going to have a $5 deposit, so don't worry about paying full price down. You'll have to pay that later in the second payment. And there is a whole thing here with the quantity you can order. So each customer limited to 5 units of figures for this wave and 5 limit of kits. For example, someone can order 2 units of K30, 1 unit of K31, 2 units of K32, and 5 kits. When the first stage is done, they'll check the quantities, and they may keep or close the pre-order. So between those 3 days, between the 14th of July to the 16th of July, which is Sunday, you should try to be in there. It's only going to be $5. So if you have $5 to spare for one of your figures that you want, I best believe do it then. Because afterwards, if they do end up having extra stock, it's going to be a little bit pricier. It's just at that point, that's their justifiable thing. So I recommend you highly, follow 5K Toys, pay attention to post times, pay attention to the site, whatever time that they announce for, because they go by PST, I believe, was their specific standard time. So pay attention to that. That's all I can say. Everybody keeps saying that, and people say they miss out, like Bomb said, but you got to be in tune. Everybody keeps trying to put the information out there. It's going to be on Facebook. It's going to be on Instagram. YouTubers will repost it. So it's out there. Just try to be in the news for that. But I'll let Bomb and Sai add.
One thing I'll say about these figures is, one, they look awesome. But also, how do I say this? I don't know. I feel like everybody said what I wanted to say. In terms of these figures, it's pre-order them. Of course, just to briefly clarify, just in case anybody somehow misinterpreted this, when Burr said it's going to be $5, that is the down payment. So you pay $5 up front, and then they say when it's almost time for the figure to release, you pay the rest of the price for the figure. And of course, you get the accessories kit. One person was wondering, okay, is the accessories kit just going to include all the other accessories like hands and stuff? No. You're still going to get your standard set of hands and faceplates, of course, right? But in this accessories kit, what you're going to get from the renders that I've seen is the base Goku black hair. You're going to get his Keyblade, and you're going to get things of that nature. So it's not going to be just... it's just going to be what they basically didn't make a 4th figure for. And some of you brought up the point that, hey, what you could really do is, if you wanted like the Super Saiyan 3 Rose Goku black with the shirt, just buy the shirtless one, or 2 of the shirtless one or something like that, or buy the shirtless one and then buy the Super Saiyan 2 one, and you can just head swap. That's also a possibility. Now, is that exactly what you want to do? I can't tell you what to do with your figures. Figure it out. Not intended. But yeah, definitely pre-order them when you get the chance. This is only just the beginning in terms of Hot Kong Studios releases. In fact, to my estimation, this will probably be the last Kong Studio release of this year. I didn't say the last pre-order. I said the last release of this year.
Facts.
But I could be wrong.
Facts. Hey, on that, right? Just snap. And hey, Burst, you know what I just noticed, man?
What happened?
Remember when we was talking about the accessories kit, and I was like, "Hey, man, it'd be dope if they released them with the finger blast."
Yep. Bro. Sai had like the full thing, like predicted. He literally the full thing. and they're delivering on all three that he was talking about, which is crazy to me. You know,
So like, hey, like seriously, like y'all don't want to gonna jump on these. Like seriously, I'm a huge Goku Black fan, like huge. So like, definitely jump on these. So and on top of that, right? I also posted this in the Facebook group. Do not be surprised now. All right. And first off, let me just say this: these Goku Black figures, they're also on 3.0 modes. They are also on 3.0 modes. So yes, these things are going to be sharp, what we want. Absolutely. We're going to be happy. And with these, again, you're getting Super Saiyan Rose, Super Saiyan Rose 2, Super Saiyan Rose 3, Super Saiyan Rose Full Power. You're getting all these. And yes, Super Saiyan Rose Full Power does have the tail. He does have his tail. Do not think that the tail is not there. It does come with the tail. Okay? So just know that. So now with these, I say this. Once these pre-orders go live, this is where it is imperative that you all pay attention to the news and everything that's put out. Again, there's a difference between Demoniacal Fit and Kong Studios. Two completely different manufacturers. Do not be surprised now if all of a sudden you see Demoniacal Fit announce pre-orders for their Timebreaker Goku Black as well. We've seen prototypes for this months ago. We posted pictures of them, everything. So don't be surprised, and I've said this before, I posted this in the Facebook group. Don't be surprised if you see that pop up and you end up getting the two mixed up. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not even gonna lie. I'm gonna end up getting that one too. That's just me. I'm gonna end up getting that one too because I also have the QLAM Super Saiyan 3 Rose head sculpt, and that's exactly what I'm gonna use that one for. I'm gonna put it on the Demoniacal Fit body because the Demoniacal Fit we've already seen that it's also going to come with. Which again, I also said that too about Kong. They would do the same thing. Huh? Go figure. So they're gonna do the same thing and have the Super Saiyan Rose bang, and then they're gonna have the Super Saiyan 2 Rose bang. So it's like, all right, it'll have that. But the thing we have seen for Demoniacal Fits already though is they do have the full mask. We've seen that already from them, and that mask looks immaculate. That head sculpt looks fire. I can't wait for that. Okay, so but that's just me reiterating. Don't be surprised if that comes up. But for these, again, they already said, hey, pre-orders are gonna go live for these once the Super Saiyan 3 Vegito and Goku's drop. So that's why I say, hey, those being released is pretty much going to be either probably late this week. Expect those emails. Next week, definitely. So be at the ready. Once they drop, hey, jump on that website. Go ahead and get yours in. And that way, hey, at least you got something that you wanted to get, and then you can also be at the ready for the next one that's going up, because this is just one of many that Kong is doing, and Kong is on fire. They are on a roll. They're about to drop a slew of figures that people have been like they would never even think were a thing.
Yep. And one quick thing I just want to add that will kind of tie back into an earlier conversation we had in this podcast regarding Tamashii trying to still keep, third parties on their toes. Kong Studios, and Sai actually pointed this out to me. I give all credit to him for this. That the Kong Studios Goku Black here is actually using like soft material on the shirt pieces because the joints are hidden underneath the shirt. So it is interesting to kind of see that progression from a third party already. And it makes you wonder, like, are they really that far behind? They're keeping up. And you've seen from 2022 to just 2023 how fast they were able to make that jump. On top of, we're going to get into some other third-party stuff like the Vegeta and talk about it. But the fact that they kind of, like, predicted maybe that, either predicted or had an inside source, as Sai said, that they have for Tamashii, kind of planning ahead for that cooler, because the Goku that is coming out is gonna be able to be put in that cooler scene, you know, when he's getting his energy drain. And you're gonna need a battle damage Vegeta, and Kong Studios gonna have us covered with that. So you never know. You never know.
Yes, sir.
But
Wait. Oh, sorry.
what were you gonna say?
I was gonna segue us.
I'll let you segue us then.
Okay. So what I would like to talk about is, once again, continuing with Kong Studios, is the Kong Studios true Super Saiyan 5s. I'm calling them true because they all are based off the artwork that we're used to for Super Saiyan 5, that Pablo's art.
Big facts.
Essentia.
Those figures, once again, look phenomenal. They're scheduled to drop in October.
Yes.
So, if once again, same principle as we used with the Super Saiyan 3s. If you missed out on a pre-order because the pre-order is long gone, they will most likely be in stock once they get the full shipment in. Now, one thing I will forewarn you guys is that, let's say you wanted the evil Super Saiyan 5 Goku. One thing that Kong Studios did that was kind of shady-ish is that they made the regular Super Saiyan 5, they made regular Super Saiyan 5 a single release, and then you could get a 2-pack that has the regular Super Saiyan 5 and the evil Super Saiyan 5. So when you buy it, it's not like you could just get the evil Super Saiyan 5 by itself. You're gonna have to buy that 2-pack.
Yep.
I mean,
You a heads up.
to give a little pushback with that, to be fair, I get what you're saying. I do agree. Yes, a little shady, but at the same time, I get the business side of it, in the sense of, all right, it being an original color, and we know Kong sometimes they go off the wall with these colors they be doing. You be like, what? Like, let's be real. When we saw the Super Saiyan Blue 3, we was like, why? What is this? Like, that's just being honest. We was like, what is this? Why? Super Saiyan 3, I'm all for it, but blue? What? Where's this come from? And it can be off-putting, right? So others could have looked at him like, hey, I'm not with this evil Super Saiyan, and they could have just been looking at it as, well, you really not gonna buy it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you really not gonna rock with it. You really not gonna mess with it. And at the same time, that kind of goes with the, you know, like how we said about Tamashii Nations, right? You gonna need this, you know, when we talk about the Naruto line, who we fighting them? Who we putting them up against?
All right.
You know what I'm saying? So it was like, cool, I'm already gonna give you one to pit them up against, and it's just gonna come with it in this 2-pack. I can't be mad at that. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, I get it from both sides of it, but you gotta go ahead, player.
Wait, was I saying something? I completely.
Yes, you were.
This is where I was gonna go with it. They recently showed what their heading color for this wave of Super Saiyan 5 is going to be.
Buddy.
Is yet another Rose Super Saiyan 5. However,
It looks so
the
good.
paint is much darker, and of course the outfit is different.
Yep.
And it's on a 3.0 mode.
Yeah.
So, one thing I'm not too happy with this set, of course this is going to be a minor thing because the body poses so well. I suspect that the hair is still going to be heavy. Now, the reason why I'm annoyed with this is because I figured that they was going to fix that since they bothered to fix it with the Super Saiyan 3 hairs. And I was like, the hairs are not too far off in terms of styling. So maybe they would fix the weight. But who knows? I remember they posted some... I had 5K Toys post some type of Insta story where my man was just holding up with his arm. He was just holding himself up with just his arms touching the table and his feet.
My man doing the push-ups.
So maybe it can hold that hair weight up. Who knows? It's gonna be touch and go, like I've been saying before. Once we get them in hand, I could have a completely different tune to it.
Right.
And that's something to know about in terms of figures. But we were gonna say Burst.
No, I agree with both of you. Like, for me, I'm just still taken aback by the whole thing, just tied to the whole SSJ5 conversation. You know, I was doing my little investigating about the whole drama on the side, and that's a whole other thing in and of itself. But I'm still just glad, like, they're continuing to do this despite whatever Tableau AF, you know, was doing back there.
Hey, you know what? No, it was legit like how they did it. They got in and got out. So literally, they did all that before he even started complaining about anything. Even then, what we noticed ourselves, he was only complaining about Demoniacal Fit. He wasn't complaining about Kong Studio at all.
He barely had just started complaining about them like after, and I
And
was
by
like,
yep,
I guess we could talk about that, but I don't want to take too much. If you guys want to like hear about that, I did make a video on it that's a little bit more centered around that, so it won't take so much time up here. But at this point, it doesn't seem like he's got any drive to try to take down Demoniacal Fit or Kong Studios. Not like he could, because he doesn't really know how to get in contact with the, on the Chinese side of the applications. He just thinks that the email that's available on their socials is the one that they're going to immediately respond to, but I digress.
and
Yeah.
with that, can I segue us into the next one?
Indeed.
Absolutely.
You have after this again, like we said, Kong is on a roll. Papa was a Rolling Stone. Kong is a Rolling Stone. They are doing their damnedest, and the next things that we know are coming up for pre-order after the Time Breaker Goku Black are a slew of several Vegetas. They've shown what about 3, 4 iterations now. You have the one that we saw with the outline for the broken armor. We saw one with shirtless. We've seen now recent Super Saiyan 3 with the face and everything else. Like, they are doing the most. So we know for a fact we're getting at least 3 Vegetas. And no, not even, I'll say 4, because remember in one of their posts they responded to one of their followers and said, "You're gonna like it once you see the armor on it."
Yup.
Huh. Well, all right. So that's 4 Vegetas that we know are coming from Kong Studios, also on their own 3.0 mode. I am so hyped for this. Y'all have no
It's,
idea. This
hey,
is
bro,
going to
it's
be
going to be crazy.
This is going to be insane. And they even made a post saying pre-orders coming soon. So don't be surprised. I'm not even going to lie. If somehow, some way they manage to get pre-orders up for their Goku Black and the Vegetas at the same time. I don't see it happening because we're still in the gray phase. We ain't got no colors on the Vegetas yet. But hey, they could have been working with both of these in tandem. We don't know yet. That I don't put it past them because Kong is working very fast and getting their stuff out. So with this, no, after Goku Black, Vegetas are coming. It's gonna happen.
Just
So
want to give a little pushback.
absolutely.
Um, Somebody might be concerned that, hey, they're working so fast. How is this? What's the effect that this could have on the QC?
That's a good question.
Now with that, here's my pushback to that, right? Makes complete and total utter sense. Definitely. How does that affect the QC? But if you look at how they're working on things, right? They're only working on the renders before they get to the figures. And we know that the figures aren't being produced until they actually put color to the renders. So that still gives them time to work out any QC issues with the figures before they even jump to the next one. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
So it's like now, if they were working on like great example, right? If they were working on figures like not even just the Super Saiyan 5s, they all have the same mold. It's just different color. Let's just be honest. They're just different colors, right? All have the same mold though. So it's like you already know QC for them is gonna be the same all around because they all have the same mold. Now jumping onto something else that has a completely different mold, again, you can put up pre-orders for those renders. It's Kong Studios. We ain't have to worry about them not releasing renders that they show. We know they put out. We know this. They're not demoniacal fit. So we know, cool, pre-orders go up for this. Just the render, bet they're still going to take their time working on the figure to make sure the figure is up to snuff. Just like they're doing with the Super Saiyan 3s. Hey, they delayed it for a little bit because remember their original time schedule, right? The original time schedule was June to July, which we're still in that time frame. And with the Super Saiyan 5s, they got pushed back to October. Remember theirs, it was what, August, September. And they got pushed back to October. Again, I'm cool with that. I'm not gonna be mad. Take all the time you need to perfect that because they know these have to be up to par. Because if they come out not up to snuff, they getting ragged on. It is what it is. They getting ragged on.
Yep.
So you know what I mean. So like, hey, take all that time you need to go ahead and perfect this and give this out. Put this out with as little issues that you possibly can. If you can, make it perfect. No figure is perfect. We all know that. Well, I have one, but I digress. They get this out, they're just taking their time with it, and we all see that's what they've been doing. Like they've been taking their time, giving us updates as they come, and we're getting renders of other stuff. But even with those renders, we've seen like great example. We've seen the Goku renders, Super Saiyan 2. We've seen the Gohan renders, Future and Ultimate. Cool. We ain't seen nothing else of them since. The only thing they have been showing us is the stuff that they told us was releasing soon. So that means, hey, they still tweaking and peeking the stuff that they showed those renders for. And when it's time to actually get to the nitty gritty of the physical prototypes, cool. They don't worked out these kinks already. So I have full faith that, hey, we'll be good. There'll be good money once it gets to there. You see what I'm saying?
I agree. I'm just pulling up these pictures as you talk about that Gohan. You know,
Yes.
that did fade a little bit away, but I mean, I think it was for the best. You know, let Deb and I go fit get with their future Gohan whenever they feel like they can. But I think for now, tossing that Gohan to the side and saying, you know what, let's work on these Super Saiyan 5s and do something a little crazy, or these Super Saiyan 3s that look just magnificent, or now let's make our own new figure entirely for ourselves with this Vegeta. I mean, tossing that Gohan to the side was their best move, and they could pick it up at any point they want to. It's especially with the future Gohan and the potential Unleashed Gohan. I mean, you can make that one whole figure with a side accessory, or two whole figures if they wanted to. But definitely, it kind of shows also, and this is gonna kind of take it into a slightly different conversation, that they don't really care about Dem and I Go Fit. Like, they could care less if they're doing the same thing. You know, they're in their own realm, their own mind, and just doing their own shit.
Absolutely. Yo, and that is spot on. Agree 100% because speaking of Demonago Fit, we see they're more reactionary than proactive, and Kong has just been proactive since last year. Once some 3.0 modes hit, they hit the ground running, and they were just like, "Yo, back to back, back to back. Hey, yo, this is what we're doing. This is what we're doing. This is what we're doing. All right, cool. We said this one was soon. This is what we're going to be working on and focusing on right here, right now. The other stuff will come later on down the line once we get the stuff that we said is coming out soon is coming out. We're going to give updates for those things and those things only, and then we'll move on to the next things as we get close to wrapping up on this one project right now. Work on other stuff in tandem, but once we get to these things, cool, focus on this, move to the next. So smart.
Indeed.
Genius. Freaking genius.
This about the Gohan stuff. So for the Gohan stuff, definitely super excited. I was super excited for their future Gohan. Now, one thing I will say is that once again, I'm gonna be the stickler. The future Gohan renders that we've seen from Kong thus far do not equate to that Cell Saga art style, which I don't mind. I understand that they're probably using more of a Buu Saga art style. I think that's the route that Kong is going in terms of art style for their figures. Not even going. That's the route that they've been taking. But one thing I will say, Burst said maybe they could do the potential Unleashed Gohan or Ultimate Gohan, whatever you want to call them. And Future Gohan is the same thing. I don't think they'll probably do that just because they can milk it more as separate figures. And besides, the Future Gohan is going to have a missing arm. So, there's that. And then different sleeves.
True.
So it's just different enough that they can make them separate figures, is what I'm getting at. I'm super looking forward to it. One thing that Sai suggested one time is that, for example, if we just use the Cooler theory where they made that battle damage Vegeta because they had preemptively known that Cooler was coming out, well, maybe this future Gohan comes out when we get a re-release for Android 17 and 18.
Ooh.
Yeah, that would be fun. That would be fun. I mean, and then still, even on that, right? like realistically looking at it, even if it doesn't come out then, their slate for next year is already jam packed.
Yes, it
Like
is.
their slate for next year, like you guys mind if I give a rundown real quick of what it is?
By all means, go through it. I'm gonna see if I can grab the list, but it might not. It might not be
I
right up.
got you.
Let me see.
Got some hype that I
Yep,
want to
yep.
talk about. Not necessarily something informative, just hype.
So like we already touched on the Vegeta figures, right? Cool. Everybody has been asking Demon Aquafit for them to do this. Kong said, "Hold my beer, I got you." They're giving us Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan 5 Broly. Holy crap. Like, what? Like, never in my wildest dreams would I think we'd ever be getting that, ever. And it's
Thank
like, yo, they said, yo, we'll see that by the end of this year. I'm all for that. I don't even care if the pre-order goes live. I just want to see what they got. That's we know they've been in the kitchen cooking. I just want to see what they're working on. That is going to be
you.
crazy.
Nervous about.
Huh?
That's the thing I'm most nervous about. First of
Why?
all, this is going to be a Titanic figure. This is the first time they're doing such a large figure. And second of all, I wonder, since Kong does like to deviate from Tamashii Nation sculpts from time to time, I'm wondering what sculpt are they going to use, the full power Super Saiyan Broly from Dragon Ball Super Broly sculpt? Are they going to do something completely original? Um, I'm very curious to see where that goes, because I feel like with something like this, as hype as it is,
Mm-hmm.
things a lot for, more than any other release that I think they've done so far. This is the release that the most can go wrong.
Right.
But
You know
Kong
this.
also has my vote of confidence at the same time. They might pull a Houdini. Who knows what they're gonna do and hit us with where I'm like, oh shit, they going crazy.
So
So
this is where I jump into that. You know, y'all know me. I'm heavy into the third party stuff, like heavy. So this is where I jump into that third party scene, right? Now, if you're everyone listening, right? If you're into the World of Warcraft scene, there are these third party orcs that are coming out. Okay. Now, those figures are pretty big. They got some size to them. I can definitely see Kong getting a hold of those, looking at this stuff, and have a hand in making some of these said orcs and utilizing that sculpt to make Broly's body, because those things are big. They are big. Those orcs are not small. So that's why I'm like I'm definitely eager to see if that's what they use, because they definitely can use it, because the articulation on them is still dope, still fire, still got butterfly joints, all that good stuff, and it's like, yo, word, this works. So if they go that route, which is what I'm expecting them to do, to go that route, utilizing the same methods they did for the orcs that they've seen others do and that they've helped with, by all means, definitely. So that's why I don't really think it's going to be that big of an issue for them, because of what I've seen with those orcs. Like hands down, definitely, like that would be sick, and it would be, in my mind, asinine to not utilize that same method that they did with the orcs, if that makes sense. But
Definitely. I mean, yeah, I take a look at that stuff from time to time and just kind of, I'm like, damn, that's pretty cool. Like, I'm not into it personally with that stuff, but it's definitely a vote of confidence there.
sure,
One thing I
sure.
also will say is that what really surprised me with Kong, and I know there's 99% chance that they're not going to do this, but there's that 1% chance that they will. So if you've seen Super Saiyan 5 Broly, um,
Oh yes, I
one of the
already know.
most common artworks of it is actually by our good man Toyotaro. If you don't know who that is, he draws the Dragon Ball Super manga. So he worked in fan fiction before he got to where he is now. And
Facts.
Toyotaro's style is he likes the muscle definition, but he also likes to slim down the characters. So in that Super Saiyan 5 picture with Broly, he looks a bit more slender. Not to say that he's skinny, because he's far from it, but he's a bit
Yep.
more slender. So I'd be if Kong followed that artwork to a T and made the slender body for Super Saiyan 5, but then made a more muscular body for the Super Saiyan 4, I'm not gonna lie. I do like that slender look, and I say this to say I would be over the moon if they did that. However, I think practically it just wouldn't make sense for them to do. They'll probably just use the same sculpt for both, and then of course different head sculpts.
True, true. I can see that happening too. I mean, I would like them to do that. Like, honestly, I would want them to do separate bodies. But this is Colin we are talking about. They gonna reuse the mold till the wheels fall off.
Hey, out of whatever the Broly series has to offer, because I don't think it's just going to be the SSJ5 4s. I think it's also going to be the Super Saiyan, the God version of Broly from that 4D ride from Japan. I think it was Japan or China, one of the two.
Yeah, 4D. Yeah, the 4D.
Yeah, I really want to see that because that Broly was OD, bro.
Oh yes, for sure. Oh yeah, I'll be down for that. That's. Oh yeah, absolutely. They better do that. That would be fire. Like for real, bro. That'd be fire. Especially with them already using soft material. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Oh yeah. Oh damn it, burst.
And it's like the crazy part is if they did do that God Broly, like it's already an easy setup for them to just make another legendary Super Saiyan Broly and kind of deliver on what Demoniacal Fit originally kind of promised. And there you go, you got yourself a regular legendary Super Saiyan Broly too.
Big facts, big facts. You ain't speaking lies.
But I do want to let Bomb talk about one announcement, that we got from Kong Studios / 5K Toys about a specific character, and you may see them, on the Facebook banner. But I'll
yes. These gentlemen know, especially Sai knows how much. Even though this character is not necessarily the best written character, what have you, to me, he's like a part of my childhood. But without further ado, Zycor. I know people don't really like him like that. I like him though. So, just so y'all know, Zycor is basically the original Goku Black. Not even lying. So Zycor is supposed to be in Toyotaro's fan manga back when he did fan manga. And his version of Dragon Ball AF, he's supposed to be the third son of Goku. One of the Kaioshins got a hold of Goku's DNA. She mixed it with her DNA. You get Zycor, right? So that's how you get the Goku Black kind of thing. Because, in canon, we know Zamasu took over Goku's body, and that's how you got Goku Black. Now, Zycor, what I was saying is that I think that eventually at some point he would be a part of the super mangas or in some way, shape, or form. Whether it's just his design being used and he has a completely different backstory or what have you, or whatever. But this figure was confirmed not even through an announcement. One thing that you guys can do with 5K Toys, especially on their Instagram, is check the comments because people ask them questions and they will respond sometimes. So, maybe Burst will put it up on the screen at some point. Or
yep, I got it.
The screenshot is somebody asked them about Zycor, and they said, our releases are full this year, next year. So when I saw next year, I was like, let's go. And also, something I wanted to say earlier on in this third-party conversation with Kong is that, consider this. I mentioned that Tamashii keeps on changing their leg molds, but consider that, you never know. So I could see Kong easily surprising us and using whatever is the most updated mold for some of these figures that's coming out next year. And we still got a lot of cool stuff to come out next year. In fact, like with Zycor, like I said, I hope that they include, like, since Zycor is half Saiyan, half Kaioshin, DNA wise, it'd be nice to see some type of combination between Rose and Blue as his. So it would be like a lavender-esque color, like that, a very purpley, not purpley like Ultra Ego, but a very light purple, since it's pink and blue being mixed. I would love to see that, and I think it fits Zycor's personality to have this godly thing, because he was very, how do I say, arrogant towards Vegeta when he encountered him and was fighting with him, So I would hope to see that hair swap, that hair accessory for him, but I'm not gonna hold my breath for it. I'm just thankful to have a Zycor figure in general, And in fact, Zycor fits because we need somebody for Super Saiyan 5 to battle with. And I
Yep.
think for
Agreed.
definitely perfect option.
May I say something really quick?
For
Yes,
sure, bro.
sir.
Damn you, Bomb. You and Burst. These suggestions. Damn you both. Because these are both they're fire suggestions, and y'all are just adding to the plate. Damn you both.
There's so much that they can do. Like, man, take away Dragon Ball Heroes and like let's just fan mangas, bro. It's crazy.
And you know, I just
Let's hear the idea. Let's hear it.
no, not even idea. One we completely forgot about. That's not even on the list.
Oh,
Yes.
which one? Which one?
Kong's Son Wukong version of Goku.
Oh, that's right.
Oh my god.
I totally forgot about that. The real Monkey King.
Yes. Yes.
Yo.
Yo. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, don't forget Demoniacal Fit saw that and was like, let's do a Journey to the West Goku will never release.
Yup, like bruh. Like, yo, like I completely forgot about that. Like I'm about to I got you, Burst. I got you. Like, yo, like, dude, like, I just thought about it. Like, y'all giving out the ideas. I was like, oh, wait a minute, we forgot one. Like, oh, snap. Yeah, like, this thing, I'm dying to see how they do this. I am dying to see how they pull this up because this, first off, the artwork looks immaculate. I don't know who drew this. Kudos to whoever drew this. You are a beast. You are a monster. To get a figure like this, if we get this figure, and I hope Burst is putting it up somewhere.
Yeah, I got it up.
Man, if we get this figure, I mean, well, we are getting it. They said they're doing it, but if it looks just like this, yo, I'm sorry. Kong are the goats for real. Like they're already the goats on what they doing, but to do this, like, yo, that would be wild. Like
Let me
that.
give some pushback.
What's up?
No, forget all that fanfic stuff. Nobody cares about that stuff. We only care about official stuff. Why doesn't Kong do official releases?
Oh
Know
my
why?
god.
Because that's what Tamashii is for.
Facts. So in case y'all didn't get that, this is for all you people that are sitting here like, oh, they need to do this, they need to do that, and you're just talking about official stuff. Again, just like my brother said, yo, that is what Tamashii Nations is for.
Trust.
Literally, that's literally all they do. That is what they're about. We're getting all what Kong is doing is this is the ultimate fan service. Like, let's be real. With you can say and feel however you want about the Super Dragon Ball Heroes anime, but you can't sit here and tell me it doesn't put a smile on your face at least 8 out of 10 times when you see something that they do. Great example. This last episode, yo, we got a father, son, grandpa, Kamehameha riot. That was fire. Yo, that was utterly fire. Who was expecting that? Nobody. You think Kong ain't gonna look at that? You know what? Hold my beer. Hold my beer. We gonna make this happen. Let me tell you something. I don't care who you are. Kong is doing us justice by giving us the stuff that Tamashii Nations won't. And that's why they get all the brownie points from me. Because they're doing the stuff that I honestly feel that Tamashii Nations and even just the anime itself should have done a long time ago. Like, seriously, that's a whole nother conversation in and of itself. But as far as these figures go, like, yo, I'm going to tell you right now, we not going to get anything heroes related from Tamashii Nations in like ever.
And just think about it. Like they barely have scratched the surface doing game collabs for like
Exactly.
Time Patroller, Time Patroller Trunks. Like they've barely scratched that surface, and it's not gonna go any higher than that for a long time at least.
Facts. And like people need to understand that, and they really need to grasp that concept.
Like they could have done Mira and Toa if they wanted to at any point, but they haven't. And Mirror and Toa are technically speaking canon.
Yep.
So
Yep.
it really is kind of just on them. But I think once we hit that end of Z mark, we can kind of see what direction they want to go, because there's only so much you can do with GT at that point. And I mean,
Yep.
Super is just going to be one of those things that they're definitely going to have to dive back into, and they're going to have to go back to some of those older movies like we talked about earlier, because I need the Master Roshi, I need the Jocko, I need a new Resurrection F, Vegeta and Goku and Golden Frieza. So I mean, but I think that's all of the Kong Studios news so far.
Nope, there's one more.
There's one more. All right. What's the last one?
More. They said in the Facebook group that they're going to do that Super Saiyan 3 Trunks.
Oh, which post did they put that under?
Yeah, so somebody had actually asked and was like, it would be so dope if they did that Trunks. And what's his name? Jason Coe.
Oh yeah, the admin.
Came in himself and was like, next year. So, hold on. Let me. Where we at?
I'm looking at his profile real quick to see if I can find it.
So I got you, play. I got you.
For sure.
Gentlemen, talk about that. I want to talk about my hopes for future releases. Just continue with the Super Saiyan 5 theme. I want to round out the trifecta, no pun intended, of Super Saiyan 5. I want Gohan Super Saiyan 5, and I want Vegeta Super Saiyan 5.
Yes.
I want Gohan Super Saiyan 4.
Yes, absolutely. Hey, no, actually, there was a post about that. There was actually a post about that on their Instagram where they talked about somebody asked about more Super Saiyan 5s, and they said something about next year again later on after they get the other
Goku
stuff.
Black 3.0 Vegeta, next big series is brilliant.
Yep. You know the post I'm talking about. You saw it. That's my brother. That's what I'm talking about.
Yep. I got it up right now.
Word. That's what's up. So yeah, they like, hey man, that stuff is coming, dog. They not playing, man. That's what I said. Their slate for next year is already like full. It's like already planned out. They know what they're keeping their eyes and ears to the ground, seeing what people are wanting and what they're asking for. And this is why I say they're geniuses in how they did it, right? Because they literally, like, just like how we were talking about earlier about, you know, them restarting the Naruto line, Tamashii Nations, and they're dropping you off like at the end of Shippuden. They're hitting you up. Kong Studios giving you, okay, we're giving you a figure from like each iteration, and then we'll keep that series going as we keep going along the line. Like, that's genius. Like, that is you're okay, here's the seed, I'm planting it. Cool, now you're invested, and now I can do the rest.
And just keep in mind, like, even if, like, when pre-orders go live and there's no actual physical product, the thing is with Kong, as of this year especially, like, they are on top of updates. You'll get an update at least either every week or bi-weekly, if not at least 2 times a month. All right. For whatever they're working on. Like the Vegeta, we just got another update that was like a few days ago. And like we've seen different iterations, as we kind of showed before, which was a regular either base or Super Saiyan head, or it could be an ego head, we don't know yet. And then we saw a Super Saiyan 3 variant, and then we also know that there's going to be a full armor variant, etc. So like they give the updates, and you know, Bomb, myself, Sai, and some other people definitely are checking their Baidu pages, their Weibo pages every day, and there's always something. Like you just get that feeling, like, okay, there's gonna be some news. You can feel it, and there's always some news. Like that news about the Goku Black stuff literally came at like freaking 2 or 3 in the morning. All right, so it's not even that it's sporadic. It just, you know that there's gonna be news at some point, and it's consistent, and that's something I think you do have to have that little bit of trust, circle of trust, I guess you could say, if you've watched any of the Meet the Fockers movies. So, but yeah, that's what I got to say about Kong overall. I mean, I was even skeptical like when I first started getting into it. So, take it from me, like I trust them as a third party company to make good on their promises at this point.
Hey, gents, can I plug something in real quick?
For sure.
If us brothers, we gotta pause for a second, but those Byakuya pre-orders are live.
Yep, I sent it in the chat. I'll get it on AmiAmi because AmiAmi actually, did it go live on AmiAmi? I don't know. Maybe you did, maybe you didn't. I'll get them later.
The site that I gave y'all that I use, the Hobby Search.
Yeah.
It's live, and that's what I like about Hobby Search. Like it's like Amazon. They don't take anything from you until they get it and ship it. It's just like Amazon.
Oh, I might have to check them out then. But right now, I'm debating because I wanted to go buy the Naruto. I was thinking about it, but I was like, I'll wait and see if anything goes on Premium Bandai, because it's just quick note, if I didn't mention it earlier, the Naruto does have free shipping. So if you bundle it, it'll have free shipping, and they're also going to give you another coupon for free shipping later. So I highly recommend, if you do have access to Premium Bandai, use it. Don't use a import site. That's going to save you a lot more money, because the shipping skyrockets from $20 to $35 on any given day on an import site.
Facts.
But yeah, that's it for me. So
also on that website, just so you know, the Darth Vader went up for pre-order, the Mandalorian, the Batman, the Byakuya, yep, they're all up. And again, like I said, that site is just like Amazon. You don't have to pay anything, any deposit, nothing like that. Like it's straight, it's fire, and they'll take the money once it ships, just like Amazon. So if you're interested, it's called Hobby Search. Just putting that out there.
I'm gonna be looking for my emails to get updated to see what Big Bad Toy Store charges for some of these. It's kind of funny to see what they charge for. I'm not gonna lie, but I get why they do it. But it's just like, damn, like, my God, bro, that's a big surplus right there. Like, can't believe it. But if that is the last announcement for Kong Studio stuff, I think we can quickly jump into the little tiny bit of news we have for Demoniacal Fit.
Cool beans. Yep.
So, as you know, we kind of like already talked about this in community posts, videos, even the actual retailers have talked about it at this point. Demoniacal Fit lost its partnership with Toy Arena, which is a physical shop located in California. There's a lot of things that led up to that incident, and I can tell you one thing, because this information just came out and it was on Facebook. Back then, last year at least, Demoniacal Fit, Possessed Horse, they were forcing retailers to choose Kong or them, or disassociate and not be partnered with them anymore, right? So I don't know if that played necessarily into Toy Arena at all, because you notice Toy Arena doesn't sell Kong Studios products, despite at this point Kong being very well known, and it kind of probably would be a good deal for them to have. I don't know if that conversation ever took place between Demoniacal Fit and Toy Arena back in the past when they initially started working with each other, but it is just something to keep in the back of your mind, considering that happened from other retailers on AliExpress. But for the main reason that Toy Arena left them is because they weren't providing updates. And like I said, Kong Studios, they provide updates weekly to bi-weekly, or at least 2 times a month for whatever given product that is about to come out. So, as you know, Future Gohan, Base Goku went up for pre-order on January of this year. And for the last 6 months, we've only gotten one update. Well, I can say 2 updates technically, but I still feel like the 6 months passed before they gave that update again. But the first update was just of the face, a little bit of the face, the hair, and just the top portion of the upper body. I think I can pull it up on their Twitter. Just give me a sec. But that was pretty much it.
If you want, I got it.
For sure. And then the Gohan, the Future Gohan, has not had an update at all. So I have no idea where it's at progress-wise, but because of them not giving consistent updates, Toy Arena decided, well, it's not good for our business to keep having these issues where our consumers are asking us, where is XYZ product? Is it coming out? When is it coming out? Why isn't there any update? Why, am I going to get my money back? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Instead of having those consistent conversations with people over and over, it was just better to drop the whole thing and say, well, see ya. Hope it works out. We can't keep doing this with you guys. And I've DM'd Omni-May, and I tried DMing 5K Toys, but 5K Toys is very slow responding. So, I don't know what the best way to get in contact with them is, fastly anyway. But Omni-May did tell me at one point that they are just as fed up, and this was a while ago, so it's not just recent, but they did say that they were fed up with the whole thing, and they were like, well, all we can do is ask the fans, the consumers, to go and basically scream at Demoniacal Fit and get an update. And that's, kind of crazy that you have the retailer telling you to do that. Like, there's nothing that they can do. They just don't get any updates. And at that point, it's like, well, how many more people in their pocket do they have? At some point, people are just going to be fed up and say no more.
Facts. Like, and this is what I tell people, like, yo, it's okay to be fans of Demoniacal Fit and everything like that. But if you're like just now jumping on their bandwagon and you have like, oh, one or two, three of their figures or whatever the case may be, and you're still fairly new to it, hey, they've been around for years. Like, I'm talking, this goes back to like 2018. They've been around for years. And I'm going to be completely honest, right? The reason why they even got so popular is because of the help of Kong Studios. And I say that because back then, and this is for years, even now to this day, it still happens. People don't know that Kong Studios and Demoniacal Fit are two completely separate entities. They don't know that. So you had all of these people thinking that, yo, they were putting out oh so many figures thinking it was the same place. And then once they realized, like, oh, snap, wait a minute, these are different. They're not the same. Like, what the hell is going on? Because people were ordering figures, like, great example, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, which happened to our homie Bomb, happened to him, and his homie and him, they ordered the Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta and then realized that it was different. They were different, and that's when it was like, oh snap, these are two different companies, and people weren't putting two and two together, not realizing that that's what was happening. So they already had a track record of, okay, hey, not really saying anything, but people thinking that they were putting stuff out, but it wasn't even them. But back then, they were still way better than what they are now because they were actually doing stuff that Tamashii Nations wasn't doing. Like, they were releasing other menus of the Freezer Force, Cooler Squadron, the whole nine. They were doing their own thing, and that's what was like, yo, people was like, yo, they're dope. Like, that's what's up. Like, they're actually putting this stuff out. They were putting out, premium Bandai figures generally to, give out, and it was like, yo, that's what's up. That's dope, and that's what people were looking forward to. People were happy about that, and then once they got to the point to where, hey, they got bigger than their britches, and they were just like, yo, you know what, people gonna buy it regardless, no matter what, which is pretty much the same pot that Tamashii Nations is. Like, no matter how you complain, people buying regardless, no matter what. And it's like, you got to look at it as like this: if you keep spending the money, they're not going to sit here and wise up to anything and not feel like they have to respond or do anything. So now this is attacking or getting into their money. It's cutting their money by being dropped by retailers because, as first pointed out, no retailer wants to have a bunch of customers hitting them up asking them about a product and they not have an answer for it. That is the worst thing in the world as a business. You don't ever not want to deliver on something you said was going to be delivered and then you have no reason as to why it wasn't delivered. That's not something any retailer, any business wants to do because now it's like, yo, you already done took these people's money and now you're telling them, well, I took your money, but I don't know why the product you paid for isn't ready.
And I just
That's
wanted to
that's
jump
not
in
good at
real
all.
quick. Two great examples of that, and not to just harp on Demoniacal Fit because when they actually do drop stuff, people in general are very happy with it. But
Absolutely.
if y'all remember that Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks head, and then more
Yeah,
recently,
man.
the Super Saiyan Blue Kaioken Vegito from Dragon Ball Heroes, that was supposed to come out like 2 years ago, and it's
Yep.
not coming out. Now, to
Yep.
be fair, I'm not gonna lie, the point is looking very nicely. So,
Oh yeah.
5K Toys has a promotion where, because it's 4th of July coming up, or what have you,
Mhm.
they're having a sale there. So it's a bunch of stuff that you can get on sale. Now, will it sell out completely? Who knows, really? But it's likely that it will, because the price point will be super low. Um, but yeah, Demoniacal Fit, I think. Oh yeah, going back to what Sai said, I had gotten confused because at the time both of them released their Super Saiyan 4 Vegetos at the same time, basically.
Yep.
So it was like if somebody had got confused, I wouldn't have blamed them because they legit released at the same time. Now, of course, if you look closely at them, you can see I did a comparison review on them. You can see that they're definitely different. But as somebody that was just starting to get into third party at that time, I was like, okay, I'll just order whatever Super Saiyan 4 they have available on 5K Toys. And I got the Monaco Fit one. And I was like, yo, bro, my homie Nate. I was like, yo, can you send me a picture of your figure? And then I was like, yo, why does yours have brown hair? Mine's have black hair. And why does yours look a bit bulkier?
Yep.
And I was like, oh, two different toy companies. So,
You know what's crazy though? I do still like the Kong one more because they did the limit break, or yeah, what's it called? Super Saiyan 4 limit break or something like that.
Yeah.
They did that color for the hair, and I'm like, oh, I like that. I dig it.
Yeah.
I think, funny enough, just to close this portion out, well, you know, the other gentleman might have something to say. If y'all didn't notice already, I actually used to hate Kong, and I loved Demoniacal Fit at one point. I used to hate them. Because to me, I was like, yo, every time I bought something from them, and speaking of what Burst just mentioned, with the limit breaks Super Saiyan 4 Vegito, I had one of my legs was slightly shorter than the other, and then the neck peg snapped in half.
Ouch.
Now, to be fair, they gave you extra neck pegs, but the way I wasn't thinking back then, and I basically made it unrepairable. But the neck peg snapped on me, the leg shorter than the other. I was like, man, F Kong. And then, fast forward to my birthday, 2022, my lady was generous enough to buy me the Ultra Ego Vegeta for my birthday. And the wrist peg snapped. And I was just like, there's just no way. Like, I was in disbelief. I remember I sent Sai a picture.
Yo.
I was like, yo, there's just no way. Like, I was just in sheer disbelief. So, but I say that to say, Kong has won me in favor with the Super Saiyan 5s. Because the Super Saiyan 5s didn't feel like they had the same QC issues before, where there were, what you call it? They were more cheap, I guess you could say. They felt like at most I could say is like, you know, maybe our arm will pop off, but you know you can pop that right back in.
Yep.
But
I mean, you know, we got arms popping off with affliction figures like Trump, so you know.
But I say that to say the QC has been improving. I know some people have had the same experience that I've had, where it was like, yeah, F Kong, but they have improved. I've seen the improvement in real time, where the figures aren't breaking. Because that was my main thing. It's one thing for our arms to pop off, but it's another thing for something to break on you.
Right.
You know?
Agreed.
So, I gotta give props to Kong for that. And like I said, Demoniacal Fit is not even a bad, like when they drop, it's awesome.
Yep.
When they drop.
Yep.
Whenever that might be. So
well, I guess talking about when something might drop, we might as well move into this most recent reveal they gave.
Yeah, and they're doing these reveals because they're being reactionary, which really sucks. That's what I really dislike about them. They're so reactionary instead of being proactive. It's so annoying, and that's what, you know, gives them the dismay that they get. Like, had they been given these kind of updates beforehand, they wouldn't have had any issues, you know. But now, you know, you get dropped by a retailer, and then more news is coming out about how, you know, hey, you're making retailers choose between you and Kong Studios. Like, that's no bueno. And so now everyone's like, oh, okay, y'all are just not the business. Oh, wait a minute, love us again. We're going to show you what we've been finally working on and not talking to you about. So with that, they gave us what? Like, and this is crazy, right? Because Kong never gives, I mean, not Kong, Demoniacal Fit never gives us this many updates back to back like this. This was all in what? A week?
Yeah, and I don't know what was going on the side, but I mean, we eventually will get into talking about Black Hole Toys for a little bit, but I do think that there's some reactionary things going on between not just Kong now, but also between Black Hole Toys, because they seem to have had a
Oh
successful,
yes, absolutely. Because
yeah, a successful release with their new UI Goku, and people seem to have no problems necessarily with it, from what I can see so far at least.
Yep. Like, I mean, if it's working, it's working. Most definitely, I'm happy for them. And then whoever got it, if they're like, hey, yo, this is the bee's knees. This side is not bad. Then A1 power to you. But again, like we said, even Aquafit being reactionary. So with that, they announced this lovely new render of a 3.0 MUI Goku. Now, I'm for it. Don't get me wrong, right? I'm for it. It's dope because MUI Goku surprisingly never got a reissue, which blows my mind. Officially, never got a reissue, and that still blows my mind. So I'm just like, all right, cool, fine, whatever. But still, even with that, it's like you announce this Goku, and it's not before anything. It's after Black Hole Toys is having a good run with their stuff. And like, all right, so here's my thing, right? If they actually do come through with it, I'd be for it. Like, absolutely. Like, it would be dope because 3.0 MUI, like, absolutely, that's dope. Not mad about it. It's on the 3.0 mode. I'm happy for it. Cool. But at the same time, it's like, again, you're not only now competing with Kong Studios by being reactionary, you're also competing with Tamashii Nations with being reactionary, and you're also competing with now Black Hole Toys with being reactionary. All while you're competing with these three, you're still competing with yourself because you still have yet to release other figures that you said you were going to release from like 2 years ago that you're still doing, i.e., their Goku Black, their Broly, their Capsule Corp, Gi, Vegeta, um, several other figures, and it's like, wait a minute, you still haven't done yet. And then on top of that, you announced these 3.0 stuff that you announced for this year, i.e., Bandit Yamcha, Future Gohan.
Oh yeah,
3.0.
Where's the Super Saiyan 5 Goku? What
Oh,
happened?
geez.
They thought we forgot about it.
Yeah, like there's just so much, and it's like you're trying to compete with everyone. They're trying to compete with everyone, and competing with themselves at the same time. It's like you're shooting yourselves in the foot by trying to do. They're spreading themselves thin instead of just buckling down on one thing and mastering that. At this point, they're jack of all trades, master of none. A lot of people don't know the ending to that saying, but that's the ending to that saying: jack of all trades, master of none. And it's like that means you do so much but get nothing accomplished.
Yep.
One thing I wanted to say about that figure render is I've heard a lot of different critiques. A lot of people don't like how bulky it is.
Yep.
One can make an argument that it was like a Dragon Ball Fighters model because that version of Ultra Instinct Goku is more on the bulky side.
Bro's
But
beefing.
I think that's an understandable complaint. People want that more slender or more accurate Goku. I think that's something that they can easily adjust in terms of how slender he is, especially if they have enough complaints in the comment section.
Oh no,
him then.
I don't think they will, bro. Listen,
Nope.
they don't respond to anybody, and I don't think that they care about anybody's like feedback or anything anymore.
Nope.
It just they seem pretty tone deaf when it comes to that stuff, and I think they do it on purpose because I won't go too deep into it, but like the whole touching back on the retailers like being told choose Demon Idol Fit or Kong, like for some reason like they just seem very aggravated, and there was some recent conversation on Possessed Horse Weebu page, and it seemed like something had happened behind the scenes, and I don't know what it was specifically, but I mean it just seems like they don't really care to respond to anybody. You know what I mean?
I mean, yeah, I'm like, and that's on both ends. That's on over here in the West and over there in the East.
Yep.
And give a little pushback about the whole Goku thing. Like, if you kind of look at where, that anime episode where Jiren is looking at him in MUI, he looks bulky in his eye. Like he looks kind of bulky. So I mean, you're still pulling from somewhere, even if it's the models from fighters. Like it's still, you still got a pick of it, an instance of that in the anime itself. Like especially the scene where they're like the aura's not around him and they're just moving around and dodging each other, or whatever. And Goku was giving him his whole little speech when Goku had his arms like straight out doing a T pose in the air and they were like gliding or whatever. He was tight brawling in that scene. He was kind of brawling. That's just being honest. So I mean, it's still there.
I'll add to it that I think if they would have went, if Demoniacal Fit would have went the route of replicating the manga look per se, I mean, I think then that would have satisfied the thin look that people want. Because Toyotaro draws like you said, Bomb, he draws them very thin yet muscular still. And I mean, they also could have done Moro Saga Goku with UI with the scar, and that would have been just as fire. But hey,
True.
They're doing something that Tamashii is probably going to do anyway in the future. Now that we're getting the bulky, molds, but that's years away anyway, at least.
Yeah. But with that aside, though, they finally gave us updates and prototype images of the 3.0 Goku and 3.0 Gohan, Ultimate Gohan, and their newly announced Dragon Ball GT 2.0 mode Goku.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, again, blows my mind. I'm happy. I'm not gonna lie. I'm happy. This is what they should have been doing this entire time, communicating like this with retailers and their fan base. This is, again, this shouldn't have been a reactionary thing. It's like, it's being stuck between a rock and a hard place, so to speak. So like, I'm happy that they're showing this. I'm like ecstatic, like absolutely, definitely. But at the same time, it's like it's hard to be happy about somebody doing their job. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like, you go to work, you hear people complaining or whatever the case may be. They're like, oh, they want a raise and they feel like they should get paid more and they should do this and that. But then you look at what they're doing, you're like, Ike, what are you doing to, justify you getting a raise or a promotion? And they're just doing their job. Literally what they're hired to, like nothing more, nothing less. It's like, you want those things, you need to be standing out more to like, hey, be like, I need to be put higher on this pedestal. You need to be doing more than just your job. And it's like, it's hard to be happy and praising Demoniacal Fit about them doing their job finally, because they're being reactionary because they're down bad right now.
Yep.
So, it's bittersweet, and it shouldn't be like that. That's the same way how I feel about, certain figures that shouldn't be Pete Bandai exclusives. It's bittersweet.
Completely agree on that. Now, I know we are, for the viewers watching this, man, you've been in for the long haul, all right? We're getting there. Don't worry. Next, I think do you guys want to talk about the Black Hole toys kind of just as a whole? Because, I mean, it's not too much to talk about.
I mean, realistically, we could just give them a reference for the, the UI Goku. Because, they've shown us those pictures. I mean, you have those to show up?
Yeah, let me pull AliExpress up. That's where I got them on right now.
Yeah. And also drop some in our chat, of the MUI Goku and stuff.
For sure.
So, for the most part, they have, what is it? They're doing a Bulma figure with the bike. They're doing Jiren, and of course the MUI Goku that we talked about, which I will give them credit for. The MUI Goku, it coming with those two heads, plus the Super Saiyan hair sculpts, the Wendy and the regular, that's dope. Gotta give credit where credit is due. But as far as like those other faces though, that have no paint on them, I don't know what they was thinking.
I guess they just wanted people to be able to do it themselves, but I don't know if anybody's that committed to doing it, because
Customizer, of course, but I will say I talked a lot of crap about Black Hole toys, but that's because mostly, I can't lie, most of my this game was directed towards that Gohan, but from what I understand, that is a completely different company.
Oh yeah, New
That
Hope.
New Hope, yes, New
Yeah.
Hope Gohan,
I
and
don't.
that was a bag of butt.
It's so confusing.
Perspective that hey, I could use it for a kit bash. Hey, it's still up for a cheap price, so it works for me. So
Right.
I guess it's a matter of what you're in for, right? I'm
Hmm.
saying I look at that and be like, yo, Tamashii is gonna make a way better version. I'll just wait for whatever that comes out.
Right.
Uh, but as far as Black Hole Toys, the only thing I'll say is we seem to all be off to a strong start. Only thing is, I want to ask you, gentlemen, because somebody asked me this, and I wasn't. I knew that they could get it off of AliExpress, but is there any other sites that they can get the Black Hole toys if they want that Ultra Instinct Goku? Where can they get it?
It just 5K toys and AliExpress, but it's it's hard to say like how many other shops have black hole toys because it just randomly kind of appeared, out of nowhere. So I don't even know if there's any other shops like dedicated to black hole toys or figure art stuff in general, whether it's third party or official. But as far as I know, figure model store, you can get black hole toy stuff. And as far as I understand, 5K toys, I think said they'll have some more
Yeah.
whenever that happens. So again, follow 5K toys, but notice on if you're looking for that. It's gonna be probably like what was it, like 40 or 60, somewhere between there.
It was like $40 though.
40 bucks, yeah, for all that stuff.
Yeah, like I can't cap like for real, like $40 for all of that. That's pretty damn good. Like I like even if you're gonna use it as fodder, that's
Yep.
pretty damn good. Like for real. Like you're getting uh a base, you're getting a stand, you're getting an effect part, you're getting two effect parts, you're getting an aura effect, um, you're getting multiple hands, you're getting two different heads plus the other head sculpts, which is dope. And their Super Saiyan, you got the windy blowing hair plus the regular Super Saiyan hair. Like it's pretty good. Like I can't deny it. Like that's pretty awesome for $40. It's like you can't beat that.
Agreed. Yeah, I don't see the post on 5K toys. Maybe that was a story or something, but still follow 5K toys. But
Absolutely.
with that, since it's so little for Black Hole Toys right now, so we'll have to wait and see how they do in the future. But with that,
Yes.
the last of the segment, I guess, would be a little bit of promoting for some of these other third parties for effects and stuff like that we kind of have noticed. Sai, did you want to take the lead on this one?
Oh yeah, I'll take this real quick. So again, like I said, y'all know me. I'm heavy on the third party scene. So I'm like this, like, hey, I like to point out things that other people don't get the chance to get and see. So, like, my facts, they're not third party, they're official, but like they just announced their John Wick and everything like that. But you have also Anton's Customs, and they're doing their own Mr. Wick and Blind Killer, and they look. I'm sorry, I gotta keep it a buck better. Her John Wick looks way better than the Mafex one. Like it almost makes the Mafex one look like bootleg, which blows my mind. So it's like, okay, I can't be mad at that. And so like that's a definite instant day one buy for me, like hands down, for real, for real. Also, if you again, like my fellow brothers here, they are huge Spider-Man fans. PW Toys is doing Lightning Man, which is Electro, Jamie Foxx style. So, and again, that looks immaculate. It looks great. It's dope. Like glows in the dark, all that under black light comes with effects and everything. You have two different versions. You got A and B. It's gonna be sick. It's gonna be dope. Now, if you're a WoW fan, World of Warcraft, again, like I mentioned earlier about these orcs, there's several different companies doing these orcs. But right now, the biggest thing is I'm a huge fan of my man Illidan Storm Rage, and I'm telling you right now, this thing is the bee's knees. It looks amazing. As Bomb calls him, he's the purple dude. Illidan looks sick. He looks fire. Like I can't wait. Like I'm super hyped for that. And going back onto the Mafex, they just announced, the Nightfall Bane. the Night Crusader Batman Nightfall version. So definitely those are up for pre-order. So hey, you want to go ahead and grab those too. But again, all these other third parties and also 112 Play 112, they also have announced a Darth Maul and yo, whew, buddy, this thing looks gorgeous. It is insane. It's the Darth Maul we should have gotten years ago. This will literally be the definitive Darth Maul. Comes with the cloak, dual lightsabers, binoculars, everything. It looks like they just plucked this man out of the movie and just put it right there in your hands, and it's all 112 scale. All this stuff is all 112 scale, well, with the exception of the orcs and Illidan Storm Rage. They're all like they're huge. They're amazing. And the ones that are making the Illidan Storm Rage is Hero Toys, who did the Diablo figure, which again is dope as hell. So definitely, I will post this stuff, on any social media that I can, so you all can see it for yourselves. If my brother is not already posting this stuff up, as is on the screen somewhere already, as he loves to do it and is dope at doing, but just again, like I said, I'm mostly big on third party, and I will do my best to inform you all of this third party stuff as it comes to my knowledge.
And be sure, if you aren't already, join the Kong Studios Facebook group, because Sai is on the news over there. He'd be posting a lot of stuff, and I mean, just in general on Instagram too. So definitely give him a follow on both of those and keep on tabs with the news.
Big facts.
And then, Bomb, did you want to close out with anything big as well?
No, Bomb is moving on. What do you call it? When Goku got his energy drained from Cooler. Say, but just I think, of course, keep up with us, but follow all these different social medias of these that sell these third-party figures. Follow 5K Toy, follow Hobby Model Store. These outlets will let you know where and when you can get these things 9 times out of 10. Now, of course, I understand that sometimes we like to watch, we like to have somebody deliver the news to you, but that's just another option, you know.
Definitely.
Facts.
Not much more I can think of. This is, it's been your boy Bombastic Plastic. This has been a hell of a podcast. I think yeah, like 2 hours.
4 hours and 6 minutes, man. Before we really close this thing out, there is one other creator that I do want to give a shout out to, because I think that these effects are really dope. All right, so if you haven't already seen on Instagram or 5K Toys, you've got Takara Tony, who's making these Doctor Strange effects and also doing the Iron Man 2 suitcase suit accessory. And he's also doing key effects that work kind of for Street Fighter as well as Dragon Ball, and even an Iron Man figure. And it lights up and stuff, so it's really cool. I definitely think you should check these out, because there's just so much. And I mean, looking at the price point for what you get, I think it's totally worth it, especially for that Doctor Strange one, because Doctor Strange for shfiguarts barely came with anything last year. So this is going to amplify it tenfold.
Big facts. And to add to that, also give Figure Tulip a follow on Instagram. He's doing these dope energy effects. Like, yo, well worth it. Trust me on this one. Dope energy effects. You're going to see something on that pretty soon. I promise you that. Definitely check that out. Like, yo, definitely worth a follow. Do that. And also, give my big homie, the Replicant 2.0, give him a huge follow. When I say this man is stroking, this man is putting in work. He's putting in work. He got figures coming in. I'm talking like things you will be more than happy to buy. I promise you, you will not be upset. He's doing a lot. And when I say it's about to go down, it's about to go down. So definitely Figure Tulip, the Replicant 2.0. Definitely, yo. Takara Tony, 3000. Yes, give them a huge follow on Facebook, on Instagram. You will not be sorry. You will be pleasantly surprised. Promise you that.
One thing I will say before we close it, close it out, is I'll try to gather all these different social medias and put them in the description. So even if you're like, oh man, I'm typing it in, I can't find it, I'm gonna have it all linked in the description. So,
For
and
sure.
I'm sure Bert too when he puts it onto his channel. So,
Yeah.
you guys don't have to worry about that.
Show.
With that, with this podcast, man, it's been an amazing podcast. Definitely longer than the last one, but I appreciate that because there was just so much to go over. And I mean, it's Anime Expo weekend, and we're gonna be slowly transitioning into SDCC preparation. So, very nice to kind of talk about all this stuff before that, because that convention next is going to be even crazier because there's going to be reveals from multiple different lines, not just shfiguarts, not just Mayfex, not just Hasbro, many others. So with that, for me, thank you boys for popping on the podcast. Hope you guys enjoyed watching this, and if there's not any closing remarks, I think all right,
what you guys got a glimpse into is our conversations in our Instagram group chat. This is like a voice representation of that. Usually this would all be typed out 9 times out of 10. So, yeah. But this is how our conversations go, and this is why it ends up being so long. That's what she said.
Shameless play. I ain't mad at him.
That's with that being said, you got Sleepy Bombastic. And it's been real fantastic, I can't lie. Thank you guys for having me. Thank you guys for even elaborating. I'm always like, in terms of the next episode, because I know we've been kind of inconsistent with it. We're shooting for once a month, but I can't promise you that it'll be once a month. You know, we all have our own separate lives and channels to deal with. So,
Yep.
Hey, thank you, gents, for having me as always. Always honored, you gents give me a voice to, get my little 2 cents out there to the world and whatnot. Highly, highly appreciate that as always. Thank you, gents. Again, I said it the last time and I'll say it again. If you are not following these gents on social media, not on their YouTube channels, you are doing yourself a disservice. Cannot stress that enough. You are doing yourself a disservice. They produce great content. They put out great information. They do their best. You have no idea how many hours of sleep we lose a night, or that they lose a night to get the information out. This is a prime example for y'all. Right now, y'all wouldn't believe how late it is for us right now. It is we're in the wee hours of the AMs, okay? And we're doing it for y'all because again, this is what we do, and we want y'all to have the information just like we have the information. So again, do these gentlemen a huge service and follow them on all social media platforms. That's the only thing that I could ever ask of you. And again, thank you, my brothers, for having me on this. As always, highly appreciate it. Thank you.
Of course. We sacrificed our pre-order window, by the way, but it's okay.
Yeah, that is true.
But with that, I know Bomb is trying to nod off, so I'll let Bomb head out. I know Sai and Bomb are on the East Coast. I'm on the West Coast, so it's still a little bit early for me. So I'm gonna let y'all head off. Appreciate you guys for hopping on, and we'll be talking in the DMs anyway. So I'll catch you guys later. Thank you all for watching. Peace.
Peace.
Later.